begin the meeting. I'm going to call to order the June 11th, 2020 special board meeting for the Santa Barbara Community College District, and ask everyone to join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. So you might want to focus if you can see Dr. Goswami as an American flag.
I have a flag right there.
So that will be our flag for recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance. So I'll begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And unless there she is, Trustee Gallardo has joined us, so I can now say that all trustees are present and accounted for. And welcome everybody who's participating by Zoom with us and by YouTube this afternoon. We have two public comments on items that I don't think are directly related to any agenda item. And the first I will call on Sally Singer, who is with us. She wants to make her comment directly instead of by phone call. Sally?
Hi, are you guys able to hear me pretty well?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great, thanks. So I'm Sally Sanger, and I teach at Santa Barbara City College in the credit and non-credit division. And I have to apologize, I guess it was only a week ago, but my laptop was, the reason why you couldn't hear me very well is because that was a long meeting and my laptop battery was going out. So I couldn't figure out what was wrong, and then I realized the battery was dying. So anyway, I apologize for that. I'm going to keep this brief. I want to start off by thanking, though, I want to thank Oren and actually everybody at IT. I've kind of gotten to know Luke and Oren and Jason and Clint and whoever else is over there, and they've been really helpful to me, as has been the FRC. So I appreciate all the help, and I definitely couldn't have done this, or I could have, but it would have been really a struggle without them. So thank you guys. And also just a shout out to Melissa too. I'll be seeing her still before she leaves, but she's been really a lot of help and support in getting the Faculty Association non-credit negotiations going. And I'm here as a faculty member, but not necessarily representing FAN negotiations or anything to do with FAN right now. And also a shout out to Kathy, since I'm on a roll. Kathy O'Connor has been a great assistance for us over the summer in the transition. And I feel lucky that we have all this support here at City College. I was on a Zoom meeting yesterday with the California Community College EOA, Educators of Older Adults. And there were several representatives on the line across the state. It was really enlightening to hear what they had to say about their struggles and their successes during these last few months, and how they're addressing all those things, the obstacles and the impediments, as well as how they got beyond them. Everything from registration, like they have their challenges, to actually the opposite end, where they had to limit class sizes because their classes went from 30 to 40 to 120 and 130. So they've had great success in some areas where they've expanded on their enrollment too, like we have. So a lot of their challenges are similar to what we're going through, and hearing the different approaches and what they've done, and that we're not alone, so to speak. I knew we weren't, but it was informative and interesting. But one of the successes that I thought was really nice is that their sewing classes, we have sewing classes here too, they went on to make masks for people, for the essential workers. And it was quite successful. And then they made a lot more, and then they sold them because people really wanted the unique masks they were making. And they got quite a good bit of publicity for them, and they donated all the funds to different charities. So it's really, it's nice to see, again, successes come out of some of these challenging times. And I know there's opportunity. There's a lot of opportunity. And Dr. Goswami was talking about this earlier too, as well as Melissa and other people that can see that there's opportunity in this. And I think I really look forward to the next couple of months of working with Dr. Goswami, interacting a little more directly with a School of Extended Learning faculty and the community. So our community is really supportive, so we know that, of the college, but especially of the adult ed or the SEL. And I know that when we all work together as a team and with input from all the constituents, we'll eventually get to the other side of this. And I think we'll do it with flying colors. So thank you for what you do, and thank you for the support. And that's it.
Thank you, Sally. Our next public speaker is Linda Nelson, and I'm going to call her now, and we'll share her comments through my phone.
Hello.
Linda, this is Robert Miller calling from the SBCC Board of Trustees meeting, and I understand you have a comment you would like to share with us this evening.
I would. I'm trying to get into the Zoom meeting and I don't see a way to do that.
Well, I'm sorry you are unable to, but I think everybody will be able to hear you through my my phone, which is on speaker. And I think everybody participating in the meeting can hear you clearly.
Ah, okay. Do I need to wait till the budget items come up, or do I speak right now?
Well, you know, I wasn't certain that your comments had specifically to do with the budget, but since that item is coming up pretty quickly, I think it doesn't matter. We'd appreciate hearing from you now.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, hang on for just a second. Let me find the text that I just sent to Mr. S or Ms. Escovedo. Is that correct? Is that the right pronunciation? Let me see.
Yes.
Yeah. Give me just a moment to pull that up. Okay. All right. I wish to address the Board of Trustees today. My name is Linda Nelson. I'm wishing to speak to you about budget. All institutions of learning are imperiled by the COVID-19 plague. We need to support and compensate the non-credit faculty with equipment and training as they get up to speed. As a budgetary issue, computer-savvy technicians and capable instructors are better able to teach other instructors and help them with computer technology. Do not put this in the hands of anyone who has demonstrated low proficiency with computers, word processing, and communication skills, as doing so defeats the rapid learning needed in these times. We need to be particularly careful in the hiring of a replacement for Melissa Moreno. She's done a fine job. The SEL program needs community and faculty involvement in the process to hire a leader who will fit the community's needs. We have overwhelmingly stated in surveys that the community needs to be part of the community college. With that responsive leader in place, we can rebuild to the 20,000 non-credit student enrollments we had in the past with their accompanying FTESs. And I said sincerely, Linda Nelson, community member, previous instructor, student, and small business owner. Now, I will tell you that one of our non-credit instructors has already, out of her own pocket, bought a document reader. And in order to reach her students, before things had even settled down, she realized that she needed to get up to speed on Zoom. But she didn't know how to get to her students because many times the instructors are not encouraged to know the students' private addresses. All the students are expected to be able to handle the pipeline situation. Well, I will tell you, many of our students have trouble with the pipeline student ID process, including myself. So this teacher, on her own stick, with the help of another instructor, figured out how to reach out to her students this past quarter. She finally got a hold of me in something like week 7, and I was able to participate with her class on Wednesday and in a Zoom presentation. She was able to use the document reader to show her hands as she was demonstrating a process, a technique. Then she would flip back to her face and she would talk about her subject matter, whether it was lights and darks, values, color range, chroma, whatever she was talking about. She would also have a slideshow she had researched ahead of time so that she could flip a slide of, let's say, Ansel Adams or Edgar Allan Payne, get his, their work up on the screen so we could see exactly what she was talking about. So I have to say, I had my doubts whether or not can you teach technique on a Zoom with Zoom, and she overwhelmingly showed that yes, it is possible. I also took some Nikon camera free classes, and I had my doubts whether or not you could learn photography without having the camera in your hands, right? Without having the instructor by your side. Yes, the answer is yes. If you have teachers who are passionate enough about reaching their students and who are given the chance to learn these processes, it can be successful. So I'm saying to the Board of Trustees, please give the non-credit faculty equipment and training with the right training people, okay? Because otherwise the instructors will get frustrated. They'll have a much harder time reaching their students. And I speak from experience because I've been talking to instructors at UCSB, UC Extension. I have family members who teach at UCI, who dovetail between faculty and students. I have an offspring, a child who works for California College of the Arts, and we also have another family member who works with private institutions. So I have been surveying how are people reaching out, how are instructors being able to reach out and retain their student body. And it's hard. It is hard work, but many of them are willing to do it if they're given half a chance. Okay?
Linda, thank you. I'm sorry, but were you finished?
I am finished.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
We can't take questions during public comments, but I want to thank you for taking the time and sharing your thoughts with us this evening, and we very much appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, bye now.
Good luck.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so we will now move into agenda item 4.1, continued discussion of 2021 through 2023 budget scenarios and the 2021 draft tentative budget. And I guess I'll either turn it over to Dr. Goswami or perhaps to Lindsay. I'm not sure.
Yeah, let me just start off with making some comments because we have a lot of numbers out there, and when public sees those numbers, they can make some assumptions and perceptions regarding what the institution is or where the institution is. So let me make some clarifying statements in terms of what is out there in terms of the budget scenarios. So the 2021 budget scenario is a scenario that has taken into account the adjustments that we're going to make this year. So it does include some of the things that we plan to do to cut expenditures, increase revenues, and so on and so forth. The 21-22 and 22-23 budgets do not incorporate things that we could be doing to show what our situation will be if we don't do anything, to create a sense of urgency about actively looking at our budget and bringing it to balance. So therefore, it is not a proposed budget for 21-22 or 22-23. It is just to show that if we don't do anything, that's where we'll end up. Obviously, we have plans to do a lot of things to bring the budget to balance. And that I'll bring to the board as we develop those plans. One of the things as to why I'm reluctant to even go there at this meeting is that our budget scenario is in a significant flux. In fact, very next item is a tentative budget based on the legislative version of the state budget. And according to that, our budget picture is very, very different. So we need to get some clarity as to what it's going to be for next year, and then following next year, what is likely to transpire from that point on. So that's why I don't want to make rash decisions in terms of making long-term adjustments when we don't have to do it. At the same time, I'm committed to making the long-term adjustments when the time says we got to do it. Having said that, I'll also point out that the 2021 budgets that you see in front of you does not involve layoffs, but we will propose some furloughs, especially for employees that we cannot utilize when there is nothing happening at campus. So if some services are closed and there are employees that are part of those services, we will propose furloughs. But at the same time, our commitment is that we will try to find them alternative assignments if there is assignments available, and we'll also keep them in with health benefits. I have said repeatedly that starting October, November, December, we will have a clearer picture what it's going to look like in the years coming ahead. And at that point in time, that'll be the time to have discussions about whether we need to shrink the institution, and if we need to shrink the institution, how to go about doing it. And what I can assure you is that we'll have a collaborative process by which we'll end up making some of those decisions. It'll be tough decisions, but it'll be decisions that we'll make collaboratively. With that, I'll turn it over back to you, Trustee Miller, for a conversation that the board might want to have.
So I know we've got several items on the agenda that deal with the budget. I think there is four items. The next item deals with the legislative budget proposal. But before we get to that, are there any questions for Dr. Goswami concerning item 4.1?
Yes, I have a quick question.
Jonathan?
Dr. Goswami, when you put that it's the legislative budget agreement, are you using the budget that they've published that's with federal funding or the one without federal funding? Because the legislature has put out two versions of their budget.
They don't reduce the dollar amount coming to us because of federal funding coming through or not coming through. What happens is that they change the deferrals. So we have incorporated the deferrals that's going to happen if there is no federal funding.
Okay, so we're assuming it's not the federal funding budget then?
No, with the federal funding budget, the deferrals will be much less.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Marcia, do you have a question or comment?
Oh, it's on. Yes, I thought under this section and leading into the later discussions that it would be helpful for the board to have a chance to discuss further its priorities as we look at this budget. And one of the things that I wanted to do was set a little context, because we have not, since the 2011-2012, ever been in a situation where we are looking to a budget that would in fact spend down our general fund reserves below the board's policy limit. And actually in that time period, 11-12, we didn't have a policy limit, but we had almost $50 million in reserves when we were last faced with this in 2011. And we were asked to put through a budget that had 8.6 million use of the general fund reserves. which the 50 million in reserves was in a lot of different funds. It wasn't all in general fund reserves, but if you added them all up, that's about where it was. The 8.6 million that we spent or agreed to spend, we didn't actually ultimately have to spend all of it, was 17% of our general fund reserves. Now we're looking at, on apples to apples basis, spending about 14.5 million. And that would be 41% of, as I estimated, 35.5 million in reserves, also in the various accounts. So it's a bigger jump. And in order to think about that and think about as we also move toward a final budget, I thought it would be helpful for us to consider the trade-offs, because when we spend money on one thing, it's not there to spend on something else. And I sent around a suggested list of budget priorities for spending reserves and for saving expenses. And I know it was kind of last minute, so I don't know that everybody's had any chance to look at it. But the fundamental concept here really is the trade-offs. So what I was going to say was potential priorities for spending reserves, and this is not in any order at all. Offering more classes than the state will pay for if there is student need, regardless of whether there is a workload reduction. I know that is an issue that was important to many of us in the earlier recession, and Craig Nielsen in particular has mentioned it quite a number of times in our board meetings. Backfill to categoricals cut by the state. They proposed to cut student equity, food share, strong workforce. Historically, we would backfill some of those categorical cuts with our general fund. Expand support programs for underrepresented and disadvantaged students. We have not identified money in our budget to do that. I think it's a high priority, and I would like to see us do that. In terms of spending reserves in a time when we're offering classes largely online, I think we should think about making extra effort to make those classes successful for our students. Similarly, expand support for all students and faculty in online classes, which reaches not only everybody taking online classes, but our non-credit. We just heard from Linda Nelson. Tutoring, that was a $75,000 reduction in this budget. It was mentioned that maybe we did or didn't want to do that. The costs of offering on-campus classes is substantial. Estimates for a 3,700 pupil K-12 average out at about $1,800,000 to basically bring those kids back for teaching. So it's substantial with the requirements for what you need to do that safely. And I feel like there seems to be a gap between what we're saying it costs and what those standards may be, just because the numbers are so different. And then also a project we have been discussing, which is whether or not to go ahead now and spend $1,550,000 for new turf, which, as I understand it, is really most likely directed at not this fall, but at the following year. On the other side, expense reduction priorities. Here's what I had come up with. Offer employee furloughs, offer reduced jobs or reduced hours or job sharing, negotiate salary and benefit reductions for all employees, the flip side, do not offer on-campus classes or reduce the number of classes offered on campus to reduce that expense. Offer a graduated buyout option to all employees with over a certain number of years of service for deciding to resign. That would not have to do with whether you're eligible for retirement. It would have to do with fundamentally with their years of service. And this is something some community colleges have done. Suspend ongoing spending on the sports pavilion, which, as far as I could tell, would be about $540,000 in 2021 if you take 20% of the 2.7 billion that is the spending in our current budget. So again, these are trade-offs, and I would be interested in our board members' thoughts as to which are most important to them and which are less important to them and why.
Okay, well, sounds like an invitation to hear from other trustees. Does anybody want to weigh in?
I do. This is Craig. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to follow up on that. I had been looking at all of this, and now we're getting into a little bit of detail, but I was looking at these, not only at the expense for the stadium that we can't use for most of next year. Anyway, I am also looking at, I looked at what caught my attention was the automatic step increases. There was close to $500,000 right there. If we could delay that. And I don't know what the process would be to accomplish that, but I hadn't heard it mentioned. Any response from anybody? Dr. Goswami?
Yeah, that is certainly under consideration, and those items will have to be negotiated. And we will initiate negotiations, once we get some direction from the board.
Okay, well, this board member would like you to pursue that. In the interest of saving as many jobs as we can and hold the family, so to speak, together, and in the interest of being the greatest benefit to the community, we've all got to chip in somehow, some way. And that's a lot of money when, we don't know what the future is. It's very unstable. And if next year the economy really takes off and the income comes back and stuff starts flowing great, but what if it doesn't? And then we'll have to take a lot of action real fast. This allows us to be in a better position to deal with what could easily happen for the following year. That's my take on it. I know I may sound a little negative, but got to be realistic about what could happen. And that's why we have reserves. Or in this case, if we don't manage our reserves very carefully, we won't have any when we need them. Thank you.
Veronica, you have your hand up.
Thank you. The different potential expense reductions priorities that Marcia talked about, they're not new to us. I think we've talked about them. Certainly in fiscal, when we did have money coming in, we talked about possibly saving some money, one-time money, and then staff around the table at the time certainly offer some of these ideas that Marcia is bringing up. Like Craig, I'm in support of them, except for number 6, which is the sports pavilion. And the California Community College Athletic Association, came out with their report and their guidelines, and specifically their guiding principles for the recommendations they gave to colleges had to do with health, safety, student opportunities, but specifically equity. They say that by preserving athletics, we are preparing the opportunity for student athletes in which nearly 80% are in a disproportionately impacted group. And so really to close the achievement gap statewide, our athletic departments in our California community colleges have become student success programs. And they have all of the wraparound services that we would expect to see in a successful program that the research supports students. So given the student opportunities that our student athletes get to improve and support their education at community college, as well as their social and economic well-being, I look at that department as part of our student success metrics, and certainly something that I would incorporate into guided pathways and the different initiatives we have for students. So I would support all of them except for any suspension of the PE building, which is still some time away, or the turf. Also, that report and the recommendation suggested that athletes football, I think, can start as early as September 26th. I think is the date I remember. And they had a number of athletic programs there. In addition, our own athletic department is looking to offer different classes. So I think that whether the field is being used for an athletic game, or it would just be the biggest outdoor classroom you ever did see that would accommodate social distancing. So if you want to have a class out there, we've got 100 yards to go at it. So I think that I support it all except for any cuts to or suspension to the progress we've made towards our athletic goals.
Jonathan, you have a comment?
Yeah, I have a couple comments based on what Marcia put forward and my general thoughts. I think I've mentioned these already in the previous meeting, but in terms of salary reductions, again, I strongly support that they be progressive and not really focused as a flat cut across the board, because there's people in our college who make over 150,000, over 200,000, and people who make 50,000, and a cut, 10% cut or whatever percent cut is going to hurt the people making 50 more than people making 150,000. So I wouldn't support any cuts that are across the board or where it doesn't show that the top earners are being cut more than the bottom earners. Another thing that I put out there is I would absolutely not support any furloughs unless there were 100% certainty that the Congress was going to extend the $600 unemployment benefit, which I don't think looks likely at this point, but we can hope that that happens. And I'd vote against anything like that if it was proposed without that being a certainty. I agree on the turf project. I think while that's very important, I think we need to do it eventually. I think what's more important right now is being able to make payroll and having enough cash to pay our employees. And so I don't see the turf as, picking between doing the turf and laying people off or doing a cut and spending. It's between us having enough money to pay people on a monthly or biweekly basis, however they get paid. Another thing is this is a growing issue that I've learned a lot about and was mentioned earlier in our public comment, but I think we need to put away some money to fund equipment and other technology needs for our adjuncts and faculty to be able to teach from home more effectively. A lot of these people don't have the proper workstation. They might not have a great internet connection. They might not have the right webcam and computer to do it. And then that hurts our students. So I think investing in equipment that they can take home and use to teach students is investing in our students' education. And then I'd finally support minimizing or limiting as much as we can the in-person classes. It looks like we're getting a second wave. Things are looking to get bad again. There's no reason for us to add to the outbreak, and it costs so much extra money to offer the in-person classes because of all the sanitation that's needed. I just don't think it's worth it. So as much as possible, we should make sure that we're not spending money on in-person classes if they can be offered online, and we can support I think it's cheaper to just support, our faculty with one-time costs to teach from home effectively compared to ongoing costs to make sure we're sanitized. And, I'd offer again my support for the tutoring, like I mentioned last time, that Marcia put on her list. I think that's very important, and backfilling the student equity and food programs and those kinds of things which are essential for our students.
Thank you, Jonathan. Kate, do you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. And a couple of things. First of all, Marcia, you said you had sent around a document. I haven't had a chance to see it yet, but I just want to be sure that per Brown Act compliance, that the public gets what we get at the same time, that we attach that to board docs as soon as possible. So people can see what you were talking about, although it sounds like you pretty much read it. So I think if people were listening closely, they could hear what you were saying. I appreciate everybody's comments. To me, certainly everything is on the table. But I see SBCC as an institution where shared governance is so important that to me, it's premature to talk about what I personally would support. I want to see what our constituent, shared governance constituents think. I want them to come forward and to share what they think is the right direction for us to move and what trade-offs we should be making. And then we take that into strong consideration. To me, it's just a bit early to weigh in on which would support over what. You know, to that end, I want to hear, for example, later on in the agenda is the turf replacement. I can see that administration is saying that we should go forward with it. I want to hear, you know, what they have to say about that, and I want to hear what our partners in the faculty and staff have to say about that. So that's kind of where I am at now.
So Peter Haslam, you have comments?
Not so much a comment, a question. Well, maybe both. I'm reluctant to say either no on-campus classes or a whole bunch. I would want to see, first of all, I don't know how much it would cost to have a limited number of on-campus classes, particularly for our most vulnerable students who might not have the technical expertise that many of our students do. I mean, most of our students have infinitely more technical expertise than I do. But I would venture a guess that some of our students really don't have that expertise. They are among our most vulnerable students, and to cut them off would, I think, be fundamentally wrong. And so I'm hoping that we can find a way of providing what they need, and perhaps that's in an on-campus with social distancing taken into account, or perhaps it's through tutoring. I'm open to those suggestions, but I wouldn't want, as we brush this process with a broad brush, I wouldn't want us to lose sight of that category of student who is most vulnerable.
Thank you. Dr. Goswami, do you have any comments, response to what you heard?
Yes, thank you, Trustee Croninger, for putting out the list, because that kind of helps focus on some of the items that is in front of us. Unfortunately, I'll have to correct some numbers that was mentioned. Our fund balance as it's presented in the item that's going to come forward, that's only from the general fund balance and general cash balance. Our total fund balance is actually $60 million, and our cash position is $77 million. So I think any concerns that we are about to go under and that we are out of cash or whatever it is, I think now I have stated it categorically many times that should be dispelled, and that should be dispelled because we are not there. Our total cash position is $77 million. Our total fund balance is $60 million, of which $33 million happens to be at the general fund level, which is going to draw down to $15 million. So as you make decisions, as you make priorities for next year, and tell me what your priorities are, my counsel to you would be that cash should not be a consideration. you can have other reasons why you shouldn't be doing something, but not because of cash. We have sufficient cash, and we are not planning to do same kind of a thing over and over again. So that's one item that we need to be careful about, because ultimately people pick up on those things and suddenly news gets around that Santa Barbara City College is about to go under, and we don't want to create that impression out there. So I want to categorically make it very clear that our cash position is very good. The thing about tutoring is that I know it tugs at your heart, and unfortunately, I wasn't that prepared at the last board meeting to give you more details about tutoring as to what happened behind tutoring or whatever it is. But I can share some numbers regarding tutoring. There, for the last few years, they pretty much left $200,000 or more on the table. So even this year, their overall budget, including all funds, is about $1,050,000, and they're going to spend at most $750,000, $300,000 right there. So when we are talking about laying off people or reducing people or whatever it is, I will flip those dollars, because I cannot make the case as to why we are going to leave $300,000 sitting in some budget, because the budget looks sacrosanct. Because as far as I'm concerned, if we take out $75,000 from this that budget, all we did was we reduced the amount of money that's left on the table. And that's only not just this year. Even last year, their budget was $802,000, and total expenditure was $626,000. Year before, $809,000, expenditure was $664,000. So I'm sorry that I was not able to be articulate when we talked about why we cut the tutoring budget. But to me, it is absolutely justified, because we are leaving money on the table, and we're talking about reducing positions and eliminating people. So I just wanted to clarify that, because obviously it was my fault. I didn't clarify it at the beginning, so we got sidetracked on tutoring and things like that. The biggest takeaway that I like to go back is with your guidance regarding the amount of personal dollars that we'll have to cut for the next year. And that allows me to develop a strategy, options regarding what kind of negotiations we need to have for next year. So clearly, Trustee Nelson mentioned about the step increases. Trustee Abboud talked about salary cuts with some scale. So some of those things, I think I need to get some idea how many dollars are we talking about, and that will help me and help the people who are listening that we are going to try and reach agreement on how to make that happen. Because when we talk about cuts, we also have to talk about do we backfill those cuts at some point in time, under what conditions, and all of those things. So it'll be a fairly complex negotiation thing. So I can state categorically that even if we agree that we're going to end up trying to cut $2 million or $2.5 million from the budget for next year, on June 25th, you will not see those cuts penciled in, because we cannot pencil in those cuts until we have reached agreement. I just want to clarify that. Now, again, our hope is that we can work collaboratively with all the constituent leaders, and maybe bring our expenses down by another $2.5 million. And also, I think there was conversations about in-person classes. To be frank, the only reason I agree, I always wanted to have some in-person classes, but the only reason I went ahead and authorized it is because the expenditures will be entirely from the CARES Act dollars. It is not from general fund. And actually, at the beginning, we were looking, because the dollars comes such in restricted way, that we were looking for ways where we can spend the dollars. CARES Act dollars, the institutional part of it. So that part, and I've shared some notes that our cleanings will be about $250,000. And we have identified what needs cleaning when. And we also have identified how much supplies we got to buy, how much PPEs we need to buy. We have priced them out. So I'm ready to stand behind the numbers that I'm sharing with you. That now $250,000 to $260,000 is the cleaning costs, and about $80,000 in other costs. So I mean, other institutions may be spending $200,000, $400,000. I have no idea why they're spending $400,000, but we have done an inventory of exactly the classroom we need to clean, how many minutes we need to takes to clean a classroom, and so on and so on and so forth. So I'm pretty comfortable with the numbers that I've shared in front of you. Trustee Miller, you are muted.
I'm sorry. Dr. Goswami, could you respond to Jonathan's comments about unemployment and furloughs? What is our understanding as to entitlement to unemployment compensation for those who are furloughed rather than suspended?
I mean, regardless of whether they're laid off or furloughed, they are eligible for unemployment compensation. And again, these are tough decisions. What I'm facing in front of me is there will be a group of people for whom we have no work. Their unit is not working, will not be working. So we are thinking of furloughing that, and then bringing them back immediately when we open. So they're not off our employment list, but they're not actively employed with us.
Do you happen to know how long unemployment compensation benefits last under the current rules? Or Jonathan, you may know that.
Yeah, well, the benefit, like $600 per week, like surplus benefit for unemployment ends in July 31st. And the House is voting to extend it to January, but unlikely for that to pass the Senate and the President.
That was for the extra $600, but do you know how long?
We'll provide you with a answer.
Good. What I was about to ask is how,
anybody from my staff knows this number. If you do, please chime in.
I don't have it off the top of my head, but I can check with EDD.
Yeah.
Normally,
what I'm asking is, leaving aside the extra $600 that the Congress provided, how long do benefits last? Is it 10
months?
weeks, 30 weeks? I know those
26 weeks.
Pardon?
26 weeks.
26 weeks. Okay.
So 6 months, 6.5 months.
Okay.
It's usually a pretty small number that people get when there's no federal addition. Like the regular unemployment benefits is pretty dismal.
Yes, I mean, that's why I said, we will try to find alternative places with their qualifications for them to work. But to me, it's an issue of gift of public funds when you're paying somebody and there is no work. That's a gift of public fund. We would all like to be doing that, to be employed, but my unit is closed, and we did a commitment to keep them whole for the semester, and we did that till the end of the summer, till end of June. But I think, given our budget situation, I don't think we can go there, in the long term. But our commitment is there, and I have already initiated conversations with CSEA that we will look for other positions that's out around and see if we can slot them in. Which means people in those positions will not be employed. So it's a trickle-down effect.
I'd just like to also to add my support for the concept of progressive reductions. I think that makes I think it makes a lot of sense, and I would hope we would be able to do something in that regard. And I also want to thank Marcia for bringing her list before the board. I think it's been helpful for us to focus our discussion. Of course, the devil's in the details as to what numbers we're talking about on each of these items, but I think it's a good way to frame our discussion. Any other
Trustee
comment?
Miller?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Veronica.
Thank you. So I wanted to comment on the gradual increase of percentage for a payroll reduction. And I think that that's a little bit more complicated than it is. You know, we're not a large corporation. We don't have, our highest paid employee is the president. And he's not anywhere near the $500,000. I mean, when you think of, people that are being taxed. And so it may seem like a lot of money, $150,000, but if you're raising a family of 4 in Santa Barbara with $150,000, if you're not rich, you're not wealthy. And so, and chances are you and your spouse are already in a higher tax bracket already. And so it's almost like another tax, like you're taxing them again at the college. So I am not in favor of a gradual increase, that you would somehow take a higher percentage from someone earning $100,000. We're an educational institution. No one is making $500,000 at City College. So I am not in favor of that. And I think that that's going to hurt families. And unfortunately, you're going to hurt families that happen to have 2 incomes because they went to college and now they're taxed, and now you're going to take more money away from the college. So I'm not okay with that. It's just, doesn't make sense.
I think those are fair comments, Veronica. I guess I'd like to see how the numbers work before we move on and not at least consider it. Kate, you have a comment?
Yes, a couple of things. And just following on with what Trustee Gallardo just said, I appreciate the point about somebody who makes $150,000, but the reality is that living in Santa Barbara on $50,000 is much harder. So I definitely want to see what it looks like to do a graduated reduction if we have to go there. I hope that we don't. Thank you, Dr. Goswami, for bringing up the point about a gift of public funds. That is so important for us to keep in mind, that as much as we want to be kind-hearted and generous to people, that we can't violate that baseline there. And then finally, maybe this is a question for Lindsay, and that is, I so appreciated Dr. Goswami's point about tutoring, that in fact, that there's a budget category that had been ticking over at a certain amount that just hadn't been being spent. And I'm wondering if Business Services has had the time to scour the budget for other categories like that, where there might be just an amount that's been ticking over every year that just hasn't been being spent and that we could reduce pretty easily.
Yeah, I would like to comment a little bit on that, although I may also call on Dr. Ralston to comment about the tutorial budget, because that budget is substantially different than our normal operational budgets that, yes, Trustee Parker, we have scoured through dramatically. We did start a budget resource allocation committee a few years ago and through that committee, we've changed our budget process. And we now have a shared governance committee going through all of our unrestricted general fund budgets with a fine-tooth comb. And we've put a lot of effort into making sure that the budgets are in line with what the departments actually need. But as I mentioned, tutorial is quite different. Dr. Ralston, do you want to speak to how that allocation works? You're muted, Dr. Ralston.
Thanks. So tutoring is funded from a variety of different resources, but we have typically allocated $750,000 from the unrestricted general fund. That funds resources in the Learning Resource Center and tutorial across and in specialized disciplinary ways. So sometimes we have been in the last 4 or 5 years actually over budget. And so we've worked really diligently to keep that budget in line. And at different years, we start a little later because faculty are often working to hire students into those roles. And so they're bringing somebody back with more expertise in their second or their third year. So sometimes the allocation doesn't quite coincide with what the need winds up being or with the opportunities. So sometimes faculty are really eager to have that kind of embedded tutorial support, but it's difficult to track it down. So that's been part of the work that the Learning Resource Center, Learning Support Services, the dean over that area, Vandana Gavaskar, have been trying to address. So at different points, it doesn't always quite line up, which is one of the reasons why putting a little bit back into the budget from the unrestricted general fund seemed like a possible thing for us. Not a happy thing, but a possible thing for us to work with.
Any other comments or questions before we move on to item, really move on to item 4.3?
Trustee Miller, I was wondering on savings on utilities. The last time we had a report, and I remember, I think it was Paul Bishop gave us a report, and we had saved tons of money on just unplugging computers. And so since the campus hasn't really been in use, have we saved a lot of money in utilities and air conditioning and all that?
Yes, in fact, in our budget projections now shows utility savings on certain years when we are not open. So this year we were actually slated to go up about $75,000. I'm speaking from memory, somewhere around that number. And right now we are projecting that we'll actually save about $100,000. So obviously for the June 25th budget, we will try to get as close as possible to cleaning up all the parts of the budget, so that we can present with the board our best numbers going forward. And if once we take up the next item, you'll see that we are looking at two vastly different scenarios, depending on what transpires on June 15th. Can I, put the board in some sort of a spot, in the sense that that I'll just make a statement that I will proceed on the assumption that we will draw down maybe $8 million if the worst case scenario happens for 2021, and then we'll find the additional $2.5 million from other sources. Is that the working assumption I can proceed by?
Would you say that again, Dr. Goswami?
So we have a projected deficit of 10.5.
Okay.
In that neighborhood, and that we will draw down $8 million from the reserves, and then $2.5 million we will find other sources.
Okay.
I'm not asking for the entire reserves, entire deficit to be funded by reserves, and in the future years also, I will not be asking for significant reserves to bring it in balance, because as I indicated to you, my intent is to bring the budget in balance fully in 2 years. Whether we are the same size institution or whether they're a smaller institution, it will be just different budgets. But my intent is clear.
And your cash flow projection is that on June 30, 2021, we would have about 16 million still in the reserves.
Only from the general fund.
Yeah.
Cash. Now if we will on June 25th, we'll provide you the details of entire cash position, which I said is $77 million. And our unfunded balances are $60 million. Yeah, Lindsay.
Sorry, I hate to interject. I just want to clarify. The $77 million cash balance and the $60 million fund balance is the balance as of June 30, 2019. We had provided those numbers to Dr. Goswami. They're reconciled numbers, so those are from the past. Just want to clarify that.
Thank you, because I was going to ask that very question because it was confusing to me. I would also appreciate if, Lindsay, if you could tell us what the maximum amount we need is for cash flow for any month in the next year with the deferrals, assuming the deferrals.
Sure. I want to be respectful of the order of our agenda and whatnot. Are we on the cash flow item? Because I was going to do a little discussion of what it is, or should I just answer and we'll move on?
I think we're kind of moving into that area. Maybe you want to give your introduction.
Sure.
Well, I did have another couple questions on the other issues that have come up.
Okay.
One was with the tutoring, just the comment that we do try to run our budget on the best reasonable estimate of what we will spend. And I just wanted to remind people that, so that we're not intending to leave money on the table, as has been mentioned in this case. And that was a big issue back in the 29-10 timeframe, because we would get to the end of the year and say, we would go to the year and say, we have no money, we've been cut back. And then $6 million would appear as a surplus at the end of the year. And we said, and that was because we were not budgeting based on what we realistically thought we would spend. And we changed that deliberately. So realistically, reasonable expectation of what we will spend is our basic standard there. I'm sympathetic to Peter's comments about the disadvantage for some students that online classes may present, and particularly perhaps our underrepresented students. But as far as I can tell, there is no mechanism that we're able to limit on-campus classes to those students. It could be our most advantaged students that are getting those classes, and we don't know that. Or if we knew it, I don't think because of open access we could do anything about it, which is why I framed the issue in terms of expanding support for those underrepresented and disadvantaged students specifically, because I don't think necessarily just offering online classes does it. And I also have a concern that this is the population that has borne the brunt of the virus and the pandemic. And so we have to be more than cautious in exposing them potentially to the virus and exposing their families as well. So those are a couple of thoughts that I wanted to mention.
Okay, to be clear, are there any other comments before we move to Lindsay and her introduction to the cash flow issue?
There's actually the 4.2, which is the legislative budget, which ties into pretty much this one.
Okay. I was assuming that was related to our last discussion, but if you could go ahead and discuss. Let me just introduce this by saying my understanding is, Dr. Goswami, that the legislature has said, assuming we get federal monies, this additional money will be available to you. And so your final budget on the right is an assumption that we would get those monies, that Congress would act and that money would be distributed to us. Is that a fair characterization?
I mean, let me just say a few words and then Lindsay can chime in terms of the nuances.
Can I just clarify that we're on item 4.2 now?
4.2.
Thank you.
The legislative budget, regardless of whether we get the money from federal government, the amount of monies coming to community colleges don't change. What happens is there are significantly more deferrals. So in the governor's budget, it is more like, right now, here's a budget with the cuts because we didn't get federal money. And then if we get federal money, you're going to get these things back. In the legislative budget, we get money And then how much we actually end up getting this year or next year will depend on the whether we get money from the federal budget. Lindsay, would you want to take up?
Yes. I was hoping that IT could put the item on the screen for everyone. That might be easier for everyone to see what we're talking about. So I'm just going to describe what we're looking at here. And if we have more questions about the legislative budget, I might defer to our controller, James Zavis, because he's very good at describing the state budget. So with the information we received at this time of what the legislature is looking at for what the state budget would be, we were able to adjust our scenarios. So the board saw this last time we met, and what we did was we removed the scenarios from the right and just tried to show you what our current tentative budget looks like and compare it to what potentially our budget could look like if the legislative budget was agreed to instead of the governor's budget. My IT friends, if you can go to the next page. Well, that's tiny, but that's okay. So there's only a few changes here that we'll go through. So what we have added back into the budget is the $1.8 million COLA, because the legislative budget is asking for the COLA to be put into our budget. So that would be $1 million in revenues coming to us. And then the second revenue adjustment is the $6.5 million that the governor was going to reduce our budget. We would add back in, so you actually see a zero there in yellow, meaning we aren't reducing our budget $6.5 million. And when you go down to the total revenues at the bottom of this page, you see an $89.9 million difference versus a $98.3 million difference. So we're increasing the revenues $8.4 million here. If you go to the next page, and then as we looked at this, it's just a scenario, some potential areas where we felt it might be important to increase some of our expenses, because these are some areas that would be really critical for us. So we increased here in the yellow, the SERP replacements. So you see our SERP savings up above, that would be the same, but we're talking about potentially hiring more replacements. That's a $250,000 increase in SERP replacements. And then the next item that we removed is the $450,000 general reduction in salaries that we have currently built into the tentative budget. Just a reminder from the last board meeting that that is a general reduction in salaries that has not been earmarked to a specific area at this time, but that is removed from this legislative version. Another cut that we have tentatively removed would be our reduction in district travel down to basically nothing. We do find it to be difficult to operate with no funding available for training, even though maybe we're not traveling. We still need to attend trainings. So we removed that $75,000. And then on the next page, the final adjustment to this version is, instead of keeping the one more page, or maybe there's a lag to my IT friends, page 4, the reduction in the transfer to the construction fund, we had reduced that down by $300,000, which would make it very difficult for us to do our emergency repairs that unfortunately do amount to often over $500,000 a year. So we've put that $500,000 transfer back in, knowing that we do trend even higher than $500,000 a year sometimes on emergency repairs. So those are the only adjustments to this scenario. And you can see that it takes our $10.5 million deficit in the current tentative budget and moves it to a $3.2 million deficit. So substantially better. Again, that's because we're adding $8.4 million in revenues and only increasing our expenses by a little more than $1 million. And then you can see at the very bottom how that impacts our reserves and our ending fund balance. That's it for me on this one.
So we're essentially saying that this is our best guess at the moment. We don't know which form of the budget will actually be approved by the state legislature.
We will know because they are statutorily required to approve it by June 15th. So we will know by June 15th.
I have actually sat in the legislature and watched somebody go up to the clock and stop the hands so that they could continue the dialogue. So I'm not counting on that. But the point still is that we're not sure as we speak.
As we speak, no, but for June 25th, we'll have a much better idea.
I accept that. I would also caution the use of language. I mean, we have a lot of people watching who may not be as adept at understanding budgetary language. And when we talk about things like transfers and other ways by which the state delays payment to us, we should probably slow down and say what we mean. And just a thought.
Kate,
I
Kate.
would just, yeah, I was lowering my hand.
Oh, sorry.
I wanted to chime in that, we know where the Assembly and Senate stands on this because they have made the proposals that they have. At this point, it's in the hands of the governor negotiating with leaders of the Assembly and the Senate. And so at this point, I would say that we should urgently be letting the governor know that we are against the budget that he proposed and in favor of the budget that the Assembly and Senate proposed, and why. So easy to email him. If you just, Google contact California governor's office, one of the drop-down menus is to talk about the budget for 2021. But that's really something that, we should be doing like today to let him know. And we should all be pushing for that, not just us here on the board, but members of our community as well, to whom this is important, because obviously, when you look at how that lays out, the Assembly and Senate are making sure that our students are served, and we need to voice our support of that budget.
Sure, that makes perfect sense. Even though we know they know why we're saying what we're saying. Their problem is they have, I guess the governor has problem of balancing the needs of everybody. And so that's the difficult part. We know that, but we're saying that education is critically important to the future of the state of California, and therefore the legislative budget is to be preferred.
May I comment, Robert?
Yes, go ahead.
I was just going to respectfully disagree here. I think that the legislature's budget basically relies on the Senate, the US Senate, and the president to give California money, and that it would be extraordinarily dangerous for us to adopt a budget in any form that relied on that. I could certainly see a budget that was changed if that federal money came through, but if the federal money is necessary as it is to create this optimistic budget, why would we be spending the money that we don't have and risking a sudden whiplash on deferrals? It just seems to me to be a fantasy budget at this point. And I recognize maybe the Republicans will change their mind, but I would have to see it happen to think that we should adopt a budget based on that.
And Dr. Goswami or Lindsay, I would like a further clarification on this issue, because my understanding is that the legislative budget, as we're calling it, assuming that becomes the law rather than the governor's may revise, is dependent on the Congress acting. And so we can all play games, not play games, but we can all make our own estimates about the chances of that happening, of the Senate joining the House and the president signing legislation that would fund what the legislative budget is saying, or is the numbers it's establishing. But it's really dependent on Washington. Is that not correct?
Yes, it is correct. But also, I'm more concerned about how much money they are going to send to us.
They
And-
being the state.
state.
Right.
And they are going to send us the same amount of money, except they're going to say, your deferrals is much higher. In one case, your deferrals is $3 million. In the other case, your deferral is $12 million. But that is money that the state, if it passes, then I need to consult with attorneys, but my assumption is that that is the money the state has promised that they're going to give us. They will
So-
not give us immediately, but they might give us a year from now.
So the legislative budget doesn't include a provision that says this money will be available subject to Congress acting.
No.
Okay.
Their provision is more, this is the money that's available to you, and scenario one, here's what it is. Scenario two, no, more deferrals. If I had known, I would have had a screenshot of their proposals. And their proposal also includes some growth funding, which we have not included in our scenario. But in their scenario, they also have some growth funding.
So what you're saying is it comes down to deferrals.
It comes down to deferrals. So they will adjust, they are planning to adjust their budget based on deferrals.
But if they don't have the money, then they don't send us the money. I mean,
That's a deferral, right? And-
well, a deferral could be forever if you literally do not have the money. So that's, I mean, my concern is that, as a family or a household, I would not spend that money looking to the Senate and the president to give it to me, especially to California. It's just, it would be great if it happens, but to rely on it and spend it seems to me to be not the course we should take.
Kate, do you have your hand raised?
Yes, I would just say to that we have to build our budget based on what the state says its budget is. We can't not do that. Our bargaining units, our students, whatever the state says that they're doing, we can't second guess that. And I just want to keep that in mind.
I would disagree. I think we can make a prudent budget that accounts for the possibility that we won't get that money and not spend it up front. So I mean, it becomes more complicated, but I think that that's important so that we don't suddenly find ourselves in a very dire situation. That was mentioned earlier, that the idea that we wait until next year, and then next year may in fact be a very dramatic change to the institution is concerning. I mean, I understand the rationale, but we basically load up our possible significant changes all in one place at one time, and it's could be very damaging to the institution not to move more incrementally.
Okay. Any other thoughts or comments on that topic?
Yes, I would like,
Peter, you have your hand raised?
well, if I could find the hand raise thing. Okay.
Greg, go ahead.
All right, thank you. I don't have really much new to say. However, I would like to emphasize that we listen to what Marcia Croninger the statements she just made. There are reasons we have reserves. In fact, there's a minimum amount of reserves that the state tells us that we have to have. Otherwise, they're not happy, and then they'll help us arrange so that we maintain those minimum reserves, because many things that can happen are not within our capabilities of preventing. And so there are reasons for having reserves. And one of the reasons for having reserves is if we're told we're going to get money and don't get it, then and it's deferred, we still have to spend that cash. Now, at this point in time, our college is very fortunate in that we're in a strong cash position. Well, that's great, but if you run down the reserve so that we can't react, then we have to, and we get into a bind, then we have to make sudden, rash, and very significant changes. And that is not good for the well-being of our community or our students. So a more incremental approach to adjust as we go is what I would favor, and not would, it's what I do favor. I think that to not take this seriously about using the reserves, it could be a mistake down the road when we look back. I don't want to have to look back and think woulda, coulda, shoulda, or make some excuses for not being frugal and wise with the money. This is taxpayers' money we're spending here. And we need to keep that foremost in our minds. But then again, I would like to commend Dr. Goswami's management to date. I would like, of course, to see a little bit more on the incremental adjustment side, or significantly more. But we have entrusted Dr. Goswami to make those decisions. And when it comes to earlier, the subject that Peter brought up about having classes on campus or not, and then Peter said, well, I don't have enough information and to make that decision. And the only one here that probably does is Dr. Goswami and his staff. And I believe that we should trust them to make that and not get into those weeds, as long as we know they're addressing the issue. I think we need to be careful how we spend money right now, and only spend it where we only spend it where we really need to, and just weather this little storm, keep the hatches down, but don't give up on our students that we have. We owe them what we said we would deliver. And I guess that's enough of a statement from me for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Peter, you had your hand raised at the same time, I believe.
I do. And can we clarify how we raise our hand? I mean, I use this little hand at the top left-hand corner. Is that?
The problem with the little hands is that people don't take their hands down. So I don't know whether the hand is up from before or new. So I'm looking for hands. I can see everybody in front of me, so.
My question is just a quest for clarification. I see the two sides of the argument seem to be that we know that the state has a tool. It's called a deferral, which means that they're going to say, we'll pay you this amount, but not now. We'll pay it later when the funds become available. And so Marcia is saying, well, that's kind of risky, because what if they decide later on that they don't have the money? Are we stuck then with a deficit that we have to take out of reserves? That's, I think, essentially Marcia's argument. On the other hand, the other side of the argument is we don't know what the state was going to do. We have to trust the state that what they say is what they're going to do. That if they say they will pay the deferrals at a later time, then that's the bet we ought to take. How do we square those two arguments? How do we figure out how our decision-making process is directly affected? It clearly is, but how do we make that judgment?
In a smaller scale, we do it every year because we know there's always a possibility that by the time March or April comes along, the state might say that we don't have enough money and we'll defer last 3 months payment to next year. And so
we make internal adjustments at that point?
We make no, we don't make an internal adjustment. We just do it from our fund balances. and then make the fund balance whole when the money comes in. However, when it becomes a pattern, for example, I remember at least in Arizona there was a pattern in 2005, 6, 7, and 8. All right, so we learned. So by the time 2007 came, or whichever year it was, we decided we are going to factor in 2.5% deferrals. So we have to, that's how we end up managing the budget. So if it becomes a pattern, then that's one thing.
Well, we're clearly in a recession, which translates to my pea brain as a decline in revenues to the state, not this year, but probably next year or the year after. So how is the state going to make up for those commitments by virtue of having declared those deferrals? How are we going to do that?
I mean, they have lots of financial tools available to them, because if they don't make good on the deferrals, it will be equivalent to not meeting its obligation. And it'll have significant impact regarding state bond ratings and everything else. So I'm not in the legislature, so I don't know what tricks they can pull out in terms of to pay the deferrals. But no, there are significant financial wiggle room there for the state to even now in the state there are lots of pockets of money. They're just arguing. They're just arguing which pocket do we borrow from.
Do we know whether in recent history the state of California has ever not paid on the deferrals? Has that ever occurred?
Good question.
I would say that the answer is yes, because it's not a deferral, it's a deficit factor. And they say, oops, we don't have as much money as we anticipated we would have, and everybody will get a haircut by some percent. And we have frequently gotten deficit factors. I think the last one was over 3%.
Okay, but as a pure deferral, can anybody say that they've heard of the state not?
No. I mean, that hasn't happened in the many years that I've been serving on boards, but Marcia's point definitely has, where unexpectedly you will get, a deficit factor added on to your budget.
And finally, Dr. Goswami, if we take, let's say, 8 million from reserves, do you have a plan by which those reserves will be replenished, or is that part of your plan to balance the budget in 2 years?
The long-term thinking is that once we get to the balanced budget, we will be building in also line item transfer to the reserves. And as an institution, we will probably end up making some priorities that when we have surplus dollars, where do the surplus dollars go first? And clearly, when we have a systematic plan for building our reserves, then we make institutional plans that when money comes, X% goes to reserves, and only then money is used for some other purposes.
Thank you.
Jonathan, do you have a comment or question? I see your digital hand, but I can't see your actual hand.
Yeah. So yeah, I put my video off since I have terrible internet, and so it's either you can see me or I can hear you. So I'd rather be able to hear the conversation. I mean, I don't want to add too much to this. I don't have much else to add besides what Kate said, is that, we do need to make our budget based on the reality we're given. And if we don't, we're going to get in trouble if we're starting to make cuts or changes in service based on our own interpretation of the state, when there's, clearly a legal document, which is a state budget that's been passed. So I support that we keep our budget in line with that. And I trust the state assembly and the state senate have shown how committed they are to education in their counter proposal to the governor, just how different that proposal was compared to his, that I don't feel very worried. I mean, obviously, will our state collect enough taxes to pay us is one issue, but I feel like they are committed to making sure that we're whole. So, I think we just should be ready 6 months from now. If the entire state's budget has fallen apart because of a massive recession, everybody will be hurting, and we will not be uniquely in that situation. But for now, I think we need to plan based on the information we have.
Oh, just
Robert, did you go away? There you are. Robert?
I think California has money. Speaking of internet connection.
hello. I'm sorry, I got interrupted a moment. So does anybody need to speak on this topic?
We can't see you, Robert. If you want to be seen, you should know that we can't. Oh, there you are.
Okay. You could hear me though, correct?
Yeah.
So I think are we ready to move on to the cash flow item? I don't hear any objection. Lindsay, we'll turn to you and have you give the introduction to this.
Okay, so we've covered a fair amount of it already. I just wanted to do a high level review of it. So our team put together some estimations of what our cash flow would be for just the unrestricted general fund in fiscal year 2020-21. So that's next year, in line with the budget that we're talking about right now. So again, unrestricted general fund only, we're estimating that our beginning cash balance would be $33.9 million on July 1 of 2020. That's the beginning of our fiscal year. And within the fiscal year, next year, we estimate inflows and outflows within that fund. So we have revenues that come in, expenses that go out, that we pay out. And we also have the deferrals. So the deferrals that we're estimating would impact the last 3 months of the year, April, May, and June. And they total across the 3 months, $7.5 million. So it'd be a $7.5 million reduction in cash we receive in the form of a deferral. So with all of that factored in and factoring in our deficit, the result is an average negative cash inflow and outflow negative of $1.5 million a month. And that leaves us at the end of June 30, 2021, with an estimated ending cash balance of $15.8 million. Again, this is just talking unrestricted general fund. If we didn't have those deferrals, the deferrals that total $7.5 million, our average cash outflow is still an outflow. It's still negative because of our deficit, and it's about $880,000. So to give you a perspective of the difference, instead of the monthly average being $1.5 million, it's about $880,000. So we will be bringing to the next board meeting, the June 25th meeting, more of a cash flow statement. So you can see these numbers in a report. And also we will be bringing it in the form of all funds. As Dr. Goswami discussed earlier, all of our funds added together is a much larger cash balance. And he pointed out that our June 30, 2019 cash balance was about $78 million, and that our fund balance is $60 million. So the difference between our cash balance and our fund balance are accounts receivable, accounts payable, payroll liabilities, deferred revenues, et cetera. So we can walk through the difference at the next board meeting and show that if the board would like that. And also just one more little point of reference, our cash balance, I mentioned from June 30, 2019, around $78 million. As of right now, we're still around $77 million. So not a large difference between then and now. That's it.
Okay, I see two hands, Marcia and Kate, who would like to go first. Kate?
Just quick question for Lindsay. Historically, when K-12 districts were hit with deferrals in during the recession and in previous bad times, they relied on tax revenue anticipation notes, the TRAN. the bridge fund for bridge funding as they waited for state money to come in. Most districts, most K-12 districts don't have remotely the kind of cash reserves that SBCC does. And so I don't know if SBCC has ever had to use a TRAN. And I'm just kind of curious if you can speak to that.
It's been with us for 7 years now. We definitely haven't had one since I've been here. I didn't find any reference of us ever having one in any of the files that I've stumbled on, but I can't speak to, our whole 100-year history.
I have in other institutions, TRAN. So, if you have good credit rating and when you have temporary issues, TRAN is a good way of
Could somebody define the TRAN so that everybody understands it?
No.
It stands for Tax Revenue Anticipation Note. And essentially there's certain institutions that when they see that you have money coming in, but the state has deferred it, but the state is guaranteed that they will eventually send it. They will loan schools, for example, K-12 school districts. And I think probably almost any state-funded institution, they will essentially provide a bridge loan.
Yeah.
It's a promissory note by the state to the district that allows us to borrow money against that note.
That's right.
Bridge loan, I get, it's a bridge loan to get from here to there.
Yeah. Okay.
Temporary situation.
And given our situation, I don't anticipate having to do that.
I hope not, because then we're paying interest. And we
Right.
pay interest with taxpayer money that we need to be spending on our students. Thank you.
Marcia, you have a question, comment?
Yeah, I agree. As far as I know, we have never done a TRANS because the culture has been very strong not to do borrowing for really for anything. We go for bonds for our facilities, but we do not go for borrowing, and we do not go for TRANS as a bridge loan at all. So that's been the culture in the past at the college, based on my discussions with former trustees. Lindsay, just to revisit the total cash that we were talking about, June 19th was, as I understood it, 60 million. And June 2020, 50 million, and June 2021, 36 million. I mean, isn't that what it's saying in the budget, tentative budget?
So we have to be careful that we're talking about the fund balance versus the cash balance.
Yeah.
So the cash balance, June 30, 2019, is about $78 million, or was, I should say, about $78 million. The fund balance at the same date was $60 million.
So why the difference?
So the difference is made up of a handful of accounting adjustments to your balance sheet. So we have things like accounts receivable, prepaid expenses, inventory, accounts payable, payroll liabilities, accrued payroll. We have a loan payable and deferred revenue. So each of those either takes away or adds to our cash balance, and then at the end of the day equals our fund balance. So for example, if you have a lot of accounts payable, you have a lot of cash, but you haven't paid your bill yet. So that's going to reduce our fund balance down from the cash balance, as an example.
But that's money you can't use to spend to pay your employees because you owe it for a bill. And likewise, an accounts receivable that somebody hasn't paid you, you can't write a check on that either, right?
So when we're talking about, let's say, this very short time period, a 3-month deferral, and if there was an instance where we actually were short cash, but we're nowhere near that dynamic, and we did a full cash flow projection, which we are doing, we would be able to tell, can we make it another month or two until, let's say, that our payroll is due or some large bill is due. Just because those bills are due doesn't mean you won't have enough cash to make a different bill that's due sooner before you get the deferred revenue that you're expecting. Does that make sense?
Well, yes, but I'm just saying that the larger number, to the extent it relies on accounts payable, is not all that helpful to me. I mean, you think it will come in, but it might not,
Let me-
depending on what it is, obviously. I mean, if it's a apportionment check that is not deferred, I would expect that would definitely come in. But anyway, you will probably explain this more when we have our next meeting. The other question I had was, what's the maximum monthly outflow, including deferrals? I asked that one earlier.
Maximum.
Monthly. You can't pay employees with your average.
Mhm.
You have to have the actual money.
We are working on determining that right now for the board meeting for next month. Right now, the best I have is a rough average that we spend about $8.4 million a month of outflow. Our payroll is consistent throughout the year. It does not ebb and flow dramatically, but I will have a number for you in the report.
Yeah, it's the incoming that varies pretty dramatically. And then there is a difference with summer where the payroll drops. So, okay, well, I would appreciate the cash flow, because I think it's far easier to see how much money you need to work with. And I appreciate that you're saying all is fine and we're okay, but we'd like to see it.
Okay, I don't see any hands up digitally or otherwise. So unless Lindsay or Dr. Goswami have additional comments on that, we will move on to agenda item 4.4, the 2021 tentative budget.
So James will be presenting this. Now, this should go before the board at least twice. So this is the first one, and then you'll get another one in June 25th. And with the caveat that the one you see in June 25th maybe is slightly or substantially different from what you see here. With that, James, and this is based on the governor's budget.
Yeah, that's correct. So that's probably a good thing just to throw out right at first. This is still the same budget we've been talking about the last couple meetings. It was based on the governor's May revise. Let's go ahead and pull up, if we can, the SBCC fiscal year 2021 tentative budget, the big workbook.
I think we have it, don't we?
Yeah, you do. Can we pull up the other attachment that was the
Bear with me one second.
No problem. Okay, so I just want to take 1 minute to walk through kind of what this book looks like and kind of answer a couple questions that people have asked me, just because if other people are asking them, I'm sure the questions exist. And then we'll go into the presentation that I had. So this is a book that shows all of our different funds and the tentative budget as it sits right now. Keep in mind that our tentative budget is tentative and will change dramatically throughout the summer based on what we hear from the legislature, as well as we get more information on other funds. So it's just a good thing to keep in mind. This budget does change throughout the summer before we go to the final adopted budget, which typically happens in September. Can you scroll down one page on that? Okay, so the table of contents basically lays it all out. This is done by fund type. So you can see you've got our mission, our budget values, all the assumptions that were used to build this budget. And then you can see on page 5, there's a summary. It's actually page 8 of the PDF. There's a summary of all of our funds, and then you end up going into each individual fund type. And as you get down into some of the other funds, like for example, our special revenue funds, there are multiple funds that form a group. So you'll see a page for each fund in that fund type. And then at the end of that, you see a total. And that's where I've had quite a few questions coming my direction. Those totals are adding up the other slides. So can we go to, it'd be page 13 of the PDF or page 10 if you look at the, okay. So if you see this slide that's on the left-hand side of the screen that says the special revenue fund total, this is the combination of the 2 pages before it, which includes both the Children's Center Fund and the food service funds. So whenever you see one of these pages that has a total, that's the total of the previous slides that all start with that fund numbers that begin with a 3. Does that make sense? Just hoping to clear up some questions.
James?
Yeah.
A general comment. Helen switched the way we do this last year. And I know we asked for training on it, and we haven't had the training. And I find it awkward that we haven't had that training, or it would be helpful to go back to the way we used to do it. I think a big part of what other colleges sometimes do with a budget in this format, and we could do with ours in either format, is in a discussion page, which talks about the major events in the past year and what's anticipated in the coming year. A text, which is nice for everyone to see those things rather than focus on the numbers. But in this case, I'm not used to seeing this format, and so it's tough. And we haven't had that training. So.
Okay.
How would you think we should proceed at this hour?
Well, I would say James can go through this, but I personally would like it back the other way for the tentative budget, simply because it's more understandable, unless as you go through this, you can explain to me what I'm seeing that I wouldn't see there. That's important.
Why don't we give that a try? James?
Okay. Work with that. Okay. So actually, I was just going to kind of cover this real quick, and then I think we're ready to switch back to the presentation.
I like this because it's rows and columns. Sorry, did I just comment that I said I like this because it's rows and columns and it's very linear?
All right, so are we going back to the other presentation?
Yeah, you can go back to the presentation now.
Well, James, there is a question for the one you just had. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were going to switch that fast.
I can bring
So let's go to the presentation, because I think I've got everything in the presentation piece. And then if you have specific questions, we can jump back over to that. If that's okay. Well,
Let me just ask you the question and you'll know whether you need that slide. At the bottom under the total, there was a $460-some thousand deficit.
We'll get back to that in the presentation.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay, so I think we can scroll down or skip to the next one. Okay. Our state budget, there's, I'm just going to hit on that a little bit. I think we've talked about almost all of that already. And then our primary tentative budget assumptions, then we can get into all of the other funds. So go ahead and go down to the next slide. This is just a reminder of kind of where we were with the May revise, which was about a month ago when this came out. And this is what the budget is based on. It does have that 8% reduction, which is really the big piece in there, as well as a removal of COLA and our reduction, the reductions in a couple other areas. I did put a link in here that you can go to, this is where the Chancellor's Office is posting any updates about the budget. So if anybody wants to follow along, that is a good link to keep bookmarked on your pages. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So we've talked about the legislative budget proposal. It did essentially reject the majority of the cuts that were proposed by the governor, including no reduction in the community college funding, adding back in that COLA and adding back in growth. It also rejected the cuts to the categorical programs that the governor had originally proposed. So we can go on to the next slide. And then here's where we're at. It's basically the Senate and Assembly have come to an agreement, and now they're negotiating with the governor. There is planned for them to vote on June 15th, which is Monday. And at that point, I'm hoping we'll have a much better idea what we're looking for. And then it would go to the governor's desk, and he's scheduled to sign it by the 30th of the month. So, okay, next slide. So just a reminder of where we're at. Our primary assumptions, it's not all of our assumptions. If you want to go into all the detail, we've talked about them numerous times in previous meetings. If you want to go into all the detail, you can check that budget book that does have the full document. So we do not have any FTES growth included. We also have no COLA revenue included. We're anticipating our international tuition will decline by approximately 30% and out-of-state tuition by about 20%. There are step increases in the budget. And then you've got SERP savings of about $1.88 million and reducing our short-term hourly and worker budget, student worker budgets, and reducing tutorial. Carry on to the next slide, please. And then our health and welfare benefits are expected to go up by about 2.5%. CalSPERS rate is increasing from 19.7 to 20.7, and the CalSTRS rate would go from 17.1 actually down to 16.1 in the governor's budget. And then also the last piece is we have increased our operational budgets by $250,000 to cover a lot of the costs that we needed to cover in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. So those are our primary assumptions. Like I said, there's a couple others in the other pages if you're interested. And I think we can move on to the next piece. These are our transfer assumptions. So transferring $200,000 for the Children's Center Fund, that's our fairly standard. It's been in place as long as I've been here. Transferring $200,000 to the Construction Fund for emergency repairs. That is substantially lower than it has been in the past. So that's just another one to keep in mind. Transferring $400,000 from the general fund to the equipment fund for IT refresh. And then transferring $500,000 to the self-insurance fund to pay our liability payments. And then we have reduced our expenses in the general fund as well, along with those. So this budget assumes no transfer to the food service fund. And then we also get a transfer in from various grant funds where we have administrative overhead allowances, and so that comes in. It's typically around $400,000 a year, but a lot has to do with a percentage of the spend, so it kind of goes up or down a little bit, but that's pretty standard, is right around there. All right, can we go to the next slide? And you can go past this. All right, so this is what our unrestricted fund, the tentative budget looks like for that. This is what we've been talking about for the last couple months. Nothing has changed since our last meeting last week. This is still showing that $10.56 million deficit based on the governor's May revise. You know, as we get more information, this will continue to change. Okay, so I think we can go past this one. So here is our fund balances. If we look at that, this is in the unrestricted general fund. So you can see here that based on this budget, we would end the year next year with $12.4 million still in our ending fund balances for the unrestricted general fund. And that would be below the board designated reserve by about 7.3 million. So go ahead and go to the next slide. So this is looking at our both our equipment and our construction funds. And I've broken it out by all of the different funds that fall within it and what balances are designated for specific purposes. So we have the equipment fund is much smaller, but when you look at the construction fund, you can see we have money set aside for our general construction fund. We have money set aside for the campus center, the PE building replacement. So the money for the campus center, you'll see here next year, the plan is to move whatever is left in that reserve over to the PE building. The state, there's money set aside for state maintenance. That is deferred maintenance revenue that is come to us from the state that we will be using for some of the maintenance on campus. There's also money that we set aside in this year's budget for the La Playa turf replacement, and then some money left over for classroom improvement that Helen had us set aside last year as well. Okay. If we can go ahead and go to the next slide. So here's the slide on our fund balances that we are used to looking at. This is, you can see the blue line is our unrestricted general fund, the green is our construction fund, and the red is our equipment fund. The gold line here is where the fund, the board policy reserve is set at. So you can see here where we're falling below that in that blue box there. Okay, go ahead and move to the next one. All right, so here's where we're getting into our other funds. And this is what we haven't really talked about so much yet. Go ahead and go into the next slide. This is our restricted general fund. So at this point in time, our budget is fairly tentative in these phases. We know that a lot of this comes in over the summer as we kind of we close out one year and we move into the next year. One thing you'll notice is this state revenue looks like it goes up substantially. That's funds that are in the 1920 budget that are unspent. A lot of times we have funds that come up front and we have a number of years to spend them. And when they don't get spent in one year, they roll forward into that next year. And so sometimes you'll have 2 or 3 years worth of money that's there. When we set up the budget, we're setting it up and to tell them that they can spend the money that they're allowed to spend. So it looks like that revenue number's fairly high, but in reality, that will probably come down a little bit. And our expenditures in those areas will match our revenues. So that's one to keep in mind, that for the most part, almost all of the funds that fall underneath this restricted general fund, our revenues and our expenditures are matching. There's a couple funds where that isn't necessarily the case. For example, the lottery fund, that's where we have a fund balance in that area, and we use that in order to fund all of our instructional supplies and instructional printing and duplicating. That one actually, because we have a substantial fund balance in that area, we do budget to spend more than we're bringing in next year. Okay, and then I think you can go ahead and move on to the next slide. So this is just a little bit more on categorical program budgets. So if you remember, the governor's budget does have some cuts in those budgets. The primary and largest ones were the Strong Workforce Program, which was a 60% cut. And what that would mean for us, if that stays in the budget, would be that it's a $1.1 million reduction in what we have in the budget for 1920. With that particular fund, we use that significant for a lot of improvements to our our infrastructure for our CTE programs. We do not have a lot of people in the budget for this program, so this type of a cut would essentially be us unable to do those infrastructure improvements in that particular program. In the Student Equity and Achievement Program, the reduction by 15% would be about a $639,000 cut. This is an area we do actually have a large number of people in this. This pays for a lot of counselors, as well as our Moja program and our equity programs, things along those lines. So there are a lot of people in this. However, we do have a reserve in this area where we have unspent money from previous years that rolls into the next year, and we would be able to utilize that. So we wouldn't really necessarily see an impact on our people next year, even if this cut does stay. And then just a reminder, like I said, when we were talking about the legislative proposal, the legislature's budget did reject all of the cuts in these programs and actually put the money back into the programs for next year. So we'll have to wait and see where that comes. But if that version is adopted, then these cuts would go away. And then also the governor's proposal in January did have a COLA for a number of programs. What I've received on the legislature's budget was unclear on whether or not that COLA would come back into those programs. I'm assuming since they put a COLA back to the general fund, they would probably also put a COLA to those programs, but I don't have enough information yet to make that determination. Okay, can we go on to the next slide? This is just a slide to kind of give you an idea of some of the programs that are funded in restricted general fund. I picked our bigger programs. There are a lot of programs that come in to our restricted general fund. I want to say there's over 60 different programs in that area that come from various grants or state categorical programs, smaller chunks of money here and there. But I thought it would be good to give you an idea of kind of what a lot of these programs are that are falling into this area. Okay, next slide. Okay, so the next two slides are the food service fund, and I believe the next one would be the campus or the children's center fund. So both of these funds are areas where we have historically transferred money to cover some deficits, typically around $200,000 in the children's center fund, and the food service fund has been growing, but somewhere in the $200,000 to $300,000 range. You'll notice that both of these funds show a deficit as of right now. The children's center fund is a much smaller deficit. That is a deficit that is based on the fact that the revenues are going down significantly next year as we anticipate it right now. But it's, I want to say, around a little over a $30,000 deficit in that one. The food service budget, this is assuming that we have no food services running throughout fall. And then we would return to a little bit more of a normal spring. And we wanted to go ahead and leave these deficits in here to show kind of where it sits right now, assuming we don't transfer any money over.
So James, those numbers that are deficits now in the budget are not part of the deficit that shows on the general fund, correct?
That is correct.
So the general fund deficit would go to basically 11 million? Or
yeah, with those
a
deficits
little over
included.
11 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and that's what I have on this. If anybody has any questions.
Well,
Not seeing any hands raised. Marcia?
yeah. Let's see. So you're saying that the reduction in the student equity, if that is still the case by the time the budget is negotiated, is covered by reserves, and where are those reserves?
So it would be unspent money from this year that would carry over into next year. We have 2 years to spend the funding in those areas. So those, you won't see it as a reserve as of right now, but based on where we're anticipating a little over $1 million being available to roll into the next year.
Is that part of why there's such a big jump in funding between last year and this year and restricted?
That's part of it, yeah, because you'll see that in next year, we have the full budget for that program, as well as the amount being carried forward for this year. So you kind of are doubling up as a couple of years. And then typically what will end up happening is they'll spend the older money first, and then they can spend what's left in the new year, and then there will be a little bit left over, and then that moves forward to the next year and kind of forms a little bit of a reserve in a lot of these funds.
And do we have a similar reserve for the reduction in strong workforce?
So strong workforce funding, we have 3 years to spend it. There is money that is moving forward into next year. But like I said, with that program, it's a little different because we use the money to spend on a lot of infrastructure improvements, which have been amazing for our campus. I don't know if you remember, but back in December, Dean Allen Price came and gave a great presentation on the work that Strong Workforce has been doing and all of the different programs it's been able to help improve. But we don't have a significant ongoing budget in that area where the cuts would cause us to have to change anything. It would just mean we wouldn't be able to do some of those projects.
So the CTE programs, in terms of the infrastructure that supports those programs, would be hurt. I mean, that's an area where you could backfill if you wanted to backfill.
Dr. Wilson, it looks like you had a comment there.
No, I was just going to be ready in case.
Okay. Yeah, that would be an area where we could, but like I said, they're primarily infrastructure projects that we could choose to not do in that year until funding returned from the state for something like that.
Okay. What percent of our expenses are personnel in this budget? Personnel and benefits, basically.
I had shared you those numbers. No, I don't have it in front of me, but the numbers were shared with you, just a couple of days back.
I don't recall seeing them. I'm sorry. I just don't remember them. I mean, usually most recently we're talking approaching 90%. So
it was somewhere in the range of 88.2% or something like that.
James, you don't know?
I don't have the number in front of me right now. As a percentage of expenditures, I believe Dr. Goswami is right. It would be around that 88%.
Okay. The assumptions for the drop in our out-of-state and international, basically our out-of-state students, how are they stacking up against the actual enrollment in terms of the proportion of each one that we're seeing and the assumptions you're making? What's the head count doing?
I don't think that's a James question,
Well, whoever, I don't care.
Well, I can answer it. Today, the reports we get, they're available to all board members. I think Marcia and I are the only ones getting them, but as of today, the number for all out-of-state international combined was down 33%. But that number is changing. It was higher and it's getting lower. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm asking the disaggregated numbers because the question in my mind is, and I have the same question about in-district students versus out-of-district students for our in-state students. Where are our students coming from? Are they, is the bulk of them from out of state or international? Is the bulk of them in district or out of district? Has that shifted in the enrollment that we are seeing? And you can't tell unless you disaggregate those two sets of numbers.
We will be looking at those numbers. It will be an IT IR project, and we will be disaggregating those data shortly. But right now we don't have disaggregated data. But we do have information from the counselors and program directors as to what's happening, and so we will take that into account so when it comes to international students and out-of-state students, it is the report by itself is a little bit too late because we already know what's going to happen before the report shows up, because the report essentially says when they've actually enrolled, but we may have already admitted people before that, so we know a little bit more before numbers show up in the report.
Okay, well, I'm just looking for the big picture trend, which is basically where our students are coming from, and has the mix changed or is it the same? I don't know, and I can't tell from the enrollment report. So that's all.
But we do looked at, I just had a quick look at the enrollment pattern for online versus face-to-face classes. Our face-to-face classes were open just about a week, and we're at 45% capacity. And the face-to-face classes are at 45% capacity, and online we've been open for 5 weeks or 6 weeks. We're at 35%. So I expect that by the time July 4th comes along, most of our face-to-face classes will be full.
Depending on where we are with our public health pandemic. Okay.
Marcia, to your question about where the students are coming from, maybe for a later session, what comes to mind is the report we got from Dr. Jarrell, where it was a big overview of all our students. And then we even saw a map where around the world they were coming. And so maybe that's something that we can look at later. Is that what you were thinking of, that presentation that Dr. Jarrell did on students and where they are coming from?
Yeah, I remember it. It was very helpful. It was more work, obviously, I think, than just disaggregating our enrollment, but yeah.
Jonathan, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I have a couple questions and points. The first one is on the construction fund. So I'm seeing that the construction fund is $2.7 million, and we'll spend $500,000 next year. So why are we putting in $200,000 into it while employee issues are also on the table? I think that could be, what's the thinking behind putting in $200,000 when it's already got 2.7 million, 2.5 million in there?
Does somebody want to respond? Lindsay, Dr. Goswami, James?
Lindsay?
Sure. So you point out a really good point, Trustee Abood, and it's something that we can discuss further as we work through from the tentative budget into the next version of the tentative budget and the final budget. We do a lot of work throughout this budget process to figure out where we think we need to be. And our latest phase was going through and reviewing all of our expenditures and our fund balances of the construction fund just recently. So now that we're aware of that ending fund balance, if we would like to change our approach, that's something that we can do. We are still in the building phase of the budget.
But historically, what I understand is that the institution took a position that it pays some dollars towards repairs and doesn't want to deplete those
correct
small money that's out there.
Yeah, somewhere between $500,000 up to $1 million we spend each year in emergency repairs. So it is, actually, we used to transfer 2 million a year. So the $500,000 is substantially less than what we used to transfer years ago. So we do customarily do that.
It's also in our reserve policy, the transfer to the construction fund in terms of the money, right?
The reserve fund, the reserve policy states that we will keep a reserve in the construction fund of $2 million in just a generic district construction fund. So we are above that reserve minimum.
So I think, I mean, it's the way I understand it, Jonathan, I think the way I've understood it is, unfortunately, we have so many repairs that, you know, they're gonna, so they, I mean, sometimes they exceed the 500,000, right, Lindsay, or, I just remember.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we often get the emails, oh, water shut down, water leak. I mean, for a while, it just seemed like we were getting those a lot. So something to look up.
Yeah, no, the only thing is that if, you know, we put $200,000 in there, it's going to be sitting in a fund balance instead of maybe going to pay somebody a salary. And that's the difference that I'm seeing, is that, you know, there is a pretty large end balance in 2021, $2.5 million. If we didn't put 200,000 this one year, I think it's a good practice that we are disciplined in putting money away into construction fund, of course. But this is obviously not just in a year. And if we're talking about reducing payroll expenses, I think we need to talk about this first, because this is not productive money. It's not money that's going to go and actually get spent, probably, maybe, even though the campus might be mostly empty. I don't know, you know, maybe it's not as urgent, some things. But it does look to me that we start the year with 2.7 million. We will spend 500,000 and then we'll put in 200,000. So that's the point I'm just trying to make. And thank you for answering the question on it. But it's just, you know, that plus even the equipment fund, again, if people are working from home, I be needing to invest in equipment for them to use at home, so that they can, you know, like me personally, I started having a lot of back issues because I was sitting on not ergonomic furniture while working at home. And I'm sure I'm definitely not the only one. And so I see us spending on that. But besides that, what else would our equipment fund be used for in the next year? So again, if we're thinking about reductions in payroll, I think transfers like these need to come, in my opinion, need to come first before we, you know, touch people's livelihoods.
Lindsay, you had your hand raised. Were you going to comment?
Very, very briefly on the question or comment about the IT refresh transfer. We failed to point out earlier that $400,000 transfer that we have in the 2021 budget is substantially less than it has been over many years. We used to always transfer $1 million for our IT refresh and use all of it. We have lowered it and lowered it and lowered it over the years. We lowered it to $750,000, and now this is the smallest amount of money we're allocating to IT refresh. And along with folks, yes, absolutely needing better equipment at home or different equipment at home, we also use a large portion of that IT refresh budget is actually for our servers. So not personal IT equipment, but much larger scale IT equipment that does need to be refreshed.
And I remember asking about that, Lindsay, with the different data breaches and security. And at least at the time, what we were told is that we are up to date in terms of the latest and keeping our student data secure. And so I think that all of that comes into that, right? Like expenses to keep IT up and running and anything they would need for infrastructure, for safety, and to prevent data breach and things like that.
I'm not sure if I'm the right one to answer that.
Yeah, I can answer that.
Yeah.
Yes, we do. And we'll probably spend more than the 400,000 this year, but that's going to draw down on the fund amount. And so, you know, if we continue to budget the way we do, eventually those funds will be depleted. So we need to turn it around someday.
Yeah, and I appreciate that point, because I remember talking to Dr. Benjamin about this, that, I mean, it always seems like, okay, well, IT, but the more we put on the cloud, the more information we're holding. I mean, Santa Barbara Unified just 2 weeks ago sent all the parents, they had a big data breach to all their student systems, the areas that they use. And so I know that that's been something that we need to stay on top of, and cutting in that area is also not a good thing, because you're compromising people's information.
So James, did you have additional information you wanted to present to us? I know you had 2 documents and we started to get into the other one, but then went back to the PowerPoint.
No, the other one, unless anybody had specific questions that they wanted me to go to on that, I think we've covered everything.
Okay. Okay, I don't, I see Jonathan and Marcia have their hands raised.
Yeah, I guess I just wasn't finished the questions I had from when you originally.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. Another question I have, I mean, this is related to the point I made earlier in the other budget discussion, but you know, it fits in here too, food service issue. But you know, have they been worked with to figure out what other jobs they like to do, or again, have they been worked with to figure out how food service can still produce some revenue in the fall, even if students aren't there? Or you know, what really has every rock been turned over to figure this out? I mean, another thought that came into my mind is, you know, we've got a temporarily hourly budget, but then we've got permanent employees as well, and so maybe they can you know, fill some of those functions if the union was okay with it, if it meant that people weren't being furloughed. So you know, in terms of the question, gift of public funds, like, isn't it a gift of public funds if we're keeping people on payroll right now and they're not working? So I don't see what's the difference in June compared to July.
Can somebody respond?
I don't want to get into negotiations matter in a public session of the board. So I think the points that Jonathan has raised, will be discussed and has been raised in the negotiations, or at least the beginning of the conversations with CSEA.
Thank you. And then the last question I have is, and I know this is difficult, but I really want to know, how have the students been engaged in developing this budget? Because they are our end users. They are the ones who are getting this education that this budget pays for. And so when there's all these different kinds of discussions happening, we don't have a student trustee sitting on the board right now, unfortunately. How are they being included in, you know, educated in what the discussions are, and getting their engagement in, you know, where they're thinking the priorities are for them to get their education?
The closest we have come to including students, and they have a seat at the CPC, and all of this information in general terms was brought to CPCs many times, and the students had an opportunity to participate and ask questions and provide comments.
Right, but nothing racked like, hey, ASG, we want to bring you in, tell you a little bit about this and see what you think, kind of thing.
No. But I'm pretty sure that if we had made impact on students in terms of how we do the budget, we'd have brought students in.
I mean, I guess that any budget decision in any way that we take is going to impact our students, and I think they need to be, you know, number one that are engaged in the decisions.
Yes, CPC is our highest form of shared governance, and so they have a seat at the table at CPC.
Yeah, no, I guess the point I'm trying to make is sitting at a committee and hearing these big terms and this very dense information that even trustees who are elected, you know, we don't fully get it until we've got a few, you know, times and focused time to think about it. It's different, you know, when you're one student, you don't have context, you don't have the years and years of having sat at CPC. You're doing it just once, probably maybe twice. So just saying, you know, we told them about it in a general committee meeting is different than bringing them in to speak with them, just like we would do with our bargaining unions.
Understood.
Any other comments?
Jonathan,
on,
I have
this topic.
I just want to
Veronica?
clarify, Jonathan, just to clarify, isn't the CPC rep, don't they come out of ASG? and that's why they report back to the ASG after having attended a CPC meeting?
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah, 'cause
yes, like I'm saying, let me just make my point again. One person sitting on one committee getting general information that they aren't always fully prepared on, because most of us aren't fully prepared on digesting this very complex information, let alone someone who's doing it for one full year. You know, I've had 6 years of hearing this. You've had 8, you know, Mark had 10. We're all at different levels. So we need to bring them up to the same level and educate them, maybe aside from the general CPC, because CPC is for everybody, not just for the students. They're part of it, but they're not there.
Yeah, so maybe that's something with the ASG advisors and working with them to help them. I know when I was on ASG, there's a lot of support from the larger student state. So I think, yeah, maybe just working with that department to make sure that the students have their own handbook. I don't know if they have their own handbook for fiscal responsibilities and things, but I just wanted to make it clear that a representative from ASG, at least that's what Dr. Gaskin, she had explained it. They do have a representation. That's how their whole governance structure works. But I agree that we should just look in with Chris Johnson and their advisor and see what kind of support they have. And then hopefully they feel comfortable going to their advisor and saying, hey, can you, help me with this information? I would think they would have that relationship.
Harsha, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I agree with Jonathan, particularly on the point of trying to locate other alternative jobs for our food service people. How many people are we talking about?
Lindsay?
We have had a couple of folks retire through the supplemental early retirement program. So after those retirements, we have 8 classified staff members in food service.
And as we look at this issue, are we applying some criteria across the board, what this means? I mean, food service is a discrete fund and department, but given what the transformation that we have had to undertake, I would not be surprised if there are not other people who are kind of left out of something to do. And I'm wondering if we're putting the weight on food service as opposed to using the same criteria for everyone.
We are looking at how people are being utilized, and we allowed for some flexibility in the first 2.5 months, that if they're not adequately being able to work, that they do training and things of that sort. So right now, we are wrapping up discussions about actual productive work that people are able to do. So we'll be doing inventory of that in the next month. And then we'll talk about reassigning people if there's a need to reassign people.
So you're saying there may be more positions or people that fall under this question?
Not to the extent of having no work to do, but if they're being able to be only 50 or 60% productive, then we might think about reassigning people to other areas where they can be more productive.
Okay. Hearkening back to an early comment by Kate and the discussion about priorities, I think it's important to hear from our constituents as to their priorities as they look at this, look at our funding choices and both expenses and not. I mean, am I correct, for example, that our continuing work on PE building replacement will cost us in this next budget $540,000 locally?
No, I shared the number with you, with all the trustees. Yesterday or the day before, it was $200,000 or no, 2 points.
I don't know what you mean about shared the number with us.
Did the trustees not receive an email from me?
I don't know. I don't think I've seen that email. But the issue that I was looking for was, I mean, I just took the under the construction fund, it shows $2,700,000 in expenses for that project. And we are, as I understand it, paying 20%. So that's how
No, we are not paying 20% of those, that $2.7 million. It was more like $200,000.
Okay, so of that 2,700,000 also is a money that we are spending on it.
Yes,
Okay,
we will be spending on it.
okay. My own preference is not to move the money from Campus Center to BE until we make find out whether we have a viable project. That's a comment. But I would also be interested in what our, again, circling back to the question of priorities, what our constituencies think.
Craig, did you have a comment to make?
Yeah, a couple of comments, actually. I was interested in what Jonathan brought up about, where our priorities, jobs or projects. We had one point that I didn't hear brought up, and then I remember like about almost 8 years ago now, long discussion about the need for maintenance, and we were way behind on maintenance at the time. Much of the campus was looking a little weather worn, shop worn, not good. We stepped it up. We did get some one-time money and we spent it. We did a lot of maintenance repairs. What happens, especially seems like with school districts, budgets get tightened and the first thing they stop is maintenance. And the next thing they cut is art, and then they cut music. And they'll cut just about everything except people's jobs until they have to. We've already got enough, probably more of our dollars going to payroll than we probably should. But what I see happening is we're working to provide the best possible service to our community and to our students. Next part of what I wanted to comment on is the student participation in the government. In our participatory, I really don't like the word shared. I think participatory is much more accurate. And the students are able to participate and get as involved as they want and ask questions in those departments that like CPC, where they have a seat and they can listen and act and get there. The other thing is our students probably shouldn't be a continuous student here at City College for like 6 years that it would take to get Jonathan's level of understanding of the budget. Ideally, they'd be out of here in less than half that time. That may be ideal, but if we're doing our job right, they won't have to be here for all that long. So they're never going to get like that level of understanding that our administration has and longer term board members. The other point I would like to bring up is about moving that money that Marcia brought up, about moving money from the Campus Center Fund, which we don't really need to do that project right now because the emphasis got switched to the gym, but we don't know how we're going to be able to participate in that. We definitely don't have the funds. So to spend more money on it right now doesn't make a whole lot of sense. To transfer the money from one fund to another doesn't do any good. It just transfers it. If we're going to transfer it at all, we may have to transfer it to the general fund to preserve our standing and our credit rating and not let our reserves get so low. Then that's just transferring money around. We do it all the time. So I guess my final point is that I don't like to get in the weeds to try to do Dr. Goswami's job. He gets paid for that. I don't. I think that we have to have a little faith in Dr. Goswami to make the right decisions. We've given him our concerns. He knows what they are. that I think he's capable of proceeding. There's always a little bit of information here or there that we don't have. And before I start sending off emails asking about this detail or that detail, I stop and think that he's addressing this stuff on a daily basis. We have goals, we have aims, where what comes first with our college is our students and service to our district. And I think that we do pretty good on that. And that is at the top. I think that if we say take people that we would have to lay off because there's no work in their department at what they're doing, and we give them student jobs that we are normally giving to the students, assuming they would do those or could do those, then who do we hurt? We just took a job from a student and given it to an employee. All we're doing is moving things around. So I don't really see that. For every time you want to give somebody something, what you're giving away comes from someplace else. Think about that. I know right now it's like take from the rich, give to the poor, but define rich and then implement something that's fair to everybody. And sometimes when you have to reduce or cut things, it's never going to be fair to everybody. The idea of doing that is wonderful. It's a great idea, and it's what we should strive for. I don't want to be calling Dr. Goswami every day and asking him how's he doing this and how's he doing that. I'd like to be able to have a little bit of faith. If I get too far behind the 8 ball, I figure I can go knock on his door and say, help me out here. I think I've had another one of my long rants, so I'll close by telling everybody thank you for listening.
Okay, any other comments, questions before we move on to the next agenda item? And obviously we'll be coming back to this next board meeting on the 25th to make a final decision on the tentative budget. Not seeing any hands, we'll move on to item 5.1, a development of a board resolution regarding race, diversity, and inclusion. This idea originally came from Jonathan, and I supported the idea of having this on the agenda. I'm going to ask Jonathan to introduce the topic for us.
Thank you, President Miller. Yes, so the thinking here is there's so much going on in the world right now, and our local Black community through Healing Justice Santa Barbara have made some local demands and want to see things change. And so what I'm thinking with us doing this resolution is we do a couple different things. The first is we need to take a strong stand of solidarity with them, and take the strong stance that we are an anti-racist institution. We're condemning police brutality, and we believe that racism is a public health emergency and something that's actively deteriorating the educational success of our students. And then going beyond taking a nice strong stance is we should be looking at tangible commitments of our board and of our district that we can make that are going to make it really clear that we're taking the issue of racism very seriously. And so some ideas, and this is just a couple ideas, and again, I'll get to my next point in a bit, but we can have regular updates on our agenda of what's being done to address the campus climate survey and the issues that were laid out there. We can have regular agenda items and updates on how we're addressing the academic disparities of our Black students. We do this maybe once a year, but we can make this more of a focused discussion. We can support Assembly Constitutional Amendment 5, which brings back affirmative action, and we can start putting together a plan of how we would be utilizing the new law if it's passed in November, so that we can actually diversify our employees to meet the demographics of our students. And one thing that we discussed last year that I don't think I've seen a copy of, but we did talk about having the administration develop an anti-racism plan, just like we'd have a facilities master plan. And that I think we need to be taking this issue as seriously as we're taking this budget. And I think it's really great how engaged we all are in our budget, because we cannot do any of the work we'd like to do if we didn't have a solid budget. And but at the same time, is once we've gotten through this budget, at this point, and we're gonna keep our eye on it for the rest of the year, that we keep the same kind of eye on racism on our campus and how it's affecting the ability of our students to learn, of our employees to do their jobs. I've put together some ideas and have some drafted language based on the demands of our local Healing Justice Black Lives Matter group and of other communities who've passed similar resolutions. Like I've got San Jose Unified School District, for example, had something really good. So I would love to forward that to everybody so that everyone can be seeing what's being considered. But I think it's of the utmost importance that our administration take a lead on this and work closely with our Black students, our Black Faculty and Staff Association, and our local community groups, like the one I just mentioned, Healing Justice and Juneteenth Santa Barbara, and other Black community groups, to make sure that we put together something that has their support, because I can't see myself voting for something that doesn't have their support, because we want to have buy-in from the community and really let them take the lead and let them tell us. I mean, they've already told us. That's the thing, is they spent 2018 and 2019 telling us what can be changed to be better for them. And I think it's time we reckon with that and start moving forward on what they think Santa Barbara City College needs to do to become a more, not just welcoming place, but an anti-racist place. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Abood. I appreciate your initiative on this, and I think it is important that we address these very, very important issues as you've outlined them. Does anybody have any comments about Trustee Abood's proposal? Trustee Parker.
Yes, thanks. I wholeheartedly agree with everything that Trustee Abood has said, and I appreciate your points as well, President Miller. I do think that this is urgent. The question mark for me is whether, and I'd love to hear from Dr. Goswami on this, whether there is some subcommittee of the board that is working on a resolution in conjunction with community stakeholders, or if it is something that comes to us from staff and community stakeholders. And I would love to hear more about ideas about that from Dr. Goswami.
I think there is place for the board to lay out its stance on matters of race, diversity, inclusion. And then the campus community can react to it and add to it. So it won't be a granular plan that the board should be adopting, but the board should actually, could provide the roadmap and the broad strokes of what, the stance is for the board. And clearly in the development of that process, we can certainly include insights from constituents, but it should be a board document that kind of is laid out for the institution, that our board stands for this. And that becomes a guide by which you hire your president, you have expectations of people that will work here. And based on that, we can develop more intentional practices and policies that the institution will adopt to make things happen. I mean, there are a number of things that is very important. because given my background, I always focus on things that we can do as an institution. There are lots of things that needs to be done, but we cannot be doing all of those things. But there are some things we can certainly be doing as an institution. And clearly, the disparity in performance in various classes, yes, that is something we can handle. That should be a very high priority for us. One of the, and this is a song that I've always sung, that we have forgotten that our origins as a higher education institution is a very elitist origin. And that's why our structures and processes are built on the funnel. So you have graduate school is a good example. You admit 400 students, smaller number will get through, and you admit that smaller number into the next program, even a smaller number is going to get through, and as a result, you end up with 2 doctorates. So that has served the country very well in terms of identifying the next neuroscientist or next Nobel Prize winner or whatever it is. This funneling approach to finding, the best and the brightest on everything. And to a certain extent, our educational model is based on doing that unconsciously. When, as a community college, our focus should be not a funnel, but a stack. That if 1,000 gets in, 1,000 gets out. Our system is built on the proposition that once you clear one hurdle, not everybody is going to be prepared for the next hurdle. So therefore, not every baccalaureate holder is expected to be ready for a master's program. And not every master's degree holder is expected to be ready for the doctoral program. So I ask at the same time that when it comes to why so many high school pupils are unprepared for college, well, it is our structure that we have designed in such a way that not all high school students are meant to be college ready. Just like all baccalaureate students are not ready to be master's degree students. That is something we need to tackle if you're serious about equity. Those are the things that are more important. That's holding people back. And those are deep, deep structural changes that we have to make as an institution. And that's why I have always espoused some independence of community colleges from four-year institutions for where the people transfer to, because our curriculum is absolutely tied to what the four-year institution says they're going to take. We have very little flexibility in terms of doing things differently. And I know a lot of our faculty who deal on a daily basis and staff with students who are marginalized and disadvantaged. If you had given them the freedom to design, let's design an institution for what we need to be, we will design a very different institution. But we can't because our hands are tied. Because we got to do these things in math because that's what is needed for UCSB or transfers. So yes, thank you for the opportunity for letting me speak a little bit, but no, it is clearly my focus at this institution is going to be, we will focus on the things that we must and should, and we only control, not others. There are lots of things others can also do, but there are some things only we can do. And I think as a leading institution, we should focus on that.
Well, Dr. Goswami, thank you for sharing your thoughts on this very important topic with us. Marcia, your hand is raised.
Well, I agree with Dr. Goswami and Kate and Jonathan. I think that we should focus on what we can accomplish. And I'm interested in focusing on kind of concrete and specific items and less so on the general statements because I've seen so many general statements and that's kind of where they are. I mean, it's just a general statement. So I'm interested in the more specific things that we could accomplish. And I'd be interested in working with Jonathan to do that, to put together some kind of draft.
Well, that was where I was intending to head next, and that is asking for volunteers to work with Jonathan to come up with a resolution that we could support. And
Trustee Miller.
Go ahead.
Jonathan?
No, Veronica, I've spoken already.
No, go ahead,
Let
Jonathan.
Veronica go. I'll go next.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. The only point I was gonna make is I think it would be a stronger resolution if we did something more similar to what the city of Santa Barbara is doing, which is they directed their city manager and their staff to put it together with the council being involved. And I think the administration, I know I have ideas, but again, it's not about me. It's not about Marcia or anybody. It's about what our Black students and what our Black faculty and staff are thinking and what they want as important. So I feel like we should be empowering our administration to work with those groups because, I'm here to help bring this to the table, but I don't want to be the one saying, it's all my ideas or all Marcia's ideas. It should be the people who are being actually affected by racism on a daily basis on our campus, helping to let us know what we need to be doing.
so rather than, if I hear you right, Jonathan, you're saying rather than the board forming a committee to try to draft something, that the administration should take the lead on it?
Yes, and I think that's something that Helen has brought up and Utpal has brought up, that it should be the administration taking our direction to put together these kinds of documents. And I think we should have input, and maybe it's fine for us to have a working group that can review it before it comes to the board, just to make sure it's something that's going to pass. But I think we shouldn't be driving the process here. We're giving our direction now, and then it can come back to us. And I know things are so crazy with the budget and 2 weeks to produce something. And, if we need to wait till July, I would prefer we did it in June, but if we needed to go till July so that we had the proper engagement with our community, that's preferable. I don't want us to pass something that our community doesn't want necessarily. We need to take their lead. And if, there's not enough time between what they're doing and what our administration is doing to link up between now and next Friday, then I think that's fine, but we need to work with them first and foremost and just see where they're at.
Comments?
Robert, I had a
Yes,
comment.
Veronica.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned, Jonathan, the 2018 or 19. I think this is an area where, given everything that's going on, Santa Barbara City College as a community, both with our internal and external community, we're ahead of the game here. We've done a lot of work and over the last couple of years, and I don't necessarily think we need a resolution. We just passed a resolution just last year that went through the campus. I mean, it had so much participation. Dr. Benjamin, there has been tons of money and hours and energy spent, good energy on all of this. And so I think that I agree 100% with Dr. Goswami to do what we can control, focus on the things that are gonna yield the highest outcomes in teaching and learning. And I just don't think that I'm interested in developing, updating our equity plan, looking at guided pathways. And guided pathways is all about this. I mean, we're a community college, we're the pipeline for underrepresented students. So taking the energy and the staff and the thinking that we have and not go and start something new, take where we've already been and then go from there. I've been a public school teacher for over a decade. I am well aware of the disparities in this town. One of my biggest things, hearing people talking about achievement gaps. Well, I'm a public school teacher in a decade, and Kate Parker knows, she was a board member. There is no adopted reading curriculum for the children in the Santa Barbara Unified School District. So if you want to talk about closing the achievement gap and giving kids a start so that they can take dual enrollment, which the research shows us is going to increase their trajectory to transfer. If we want to get kids ready, our Black or brown kids, African American kids, let's talk literacy. And I think that that's a larger conversation in the community that as trustees, we can say to the new superintendent of Santa Barbara Unified, hey, how about you adopt a curriculum? I have, as a parent, I have voiced my concerns to the superintendent. Now I'll go and Carrie Matsuoka. I certainly voiced them to Kate Parker when she was a board member. As a public school teacher, the resources I have been given to me by the Women's Fund, by the Santa Barbara Education Foundation, by my school's PTO. The school district has not provided a systematic, explicit reading program that all children deserve. And so I think that these issues of achievement are huge. And so I think that Jonathan, I would love to partner with you on this, on tackling literacy in our community, because that's where it starts. There's so much research on what happens to our kids. I, as a parent, had to spend my own money because it was clear when my son was in second grade, I'm like, this isn't going to happen. So in my communication with the superintendent, I have communicated, how is this fair that I have to spend my own money on a Sunday morning to provide the math and reading instruction that you should be providing as just a basic core principle? And I think that that's a bigger issue and that we're not going to necessarily tackle or address, but what we can control is the trajectory of our students in-house and what we can do. And I'm interested in looking at the data for teaching and learning. There's amazing things that our faculty have already been engaged in terms of looking at what works in the classroom. And I think that that's going to have more of a fruitful impact picking up on where we've already been. So I don't think that necessarily drafting a whole new resolution is the way to go right now.
Any other comments from board members?
Yes,
Craig?
thank you. Veronica, thank you. I don't have to say too much because Veronica pretty much said it. What I do have something new I'd like to include in this, and I think the need to communicate with the public is as great now, if not greater than ever before, that we need to be out there in front. And I think to start with is to put together an information campaign to show the public, to communicate to our district the steps that we have been taking, especially over the last couple of years, what our goals are, what we're trying to do, what we're trying to accomplish, and what we've got in place to do this. And I think that that's more important than another resolution. I think we need a public relations campaign out there in front to the people of the city, of our district, from Carpinteria through Gaviota, and just put it out, get it in the households, let the people see what we've been doing, why we've been doing it, and the progress that we've made. And so my suggestion is that we task Dr. Goswami to make something happen in that regard. We have resources. We have our public relations person that can get the material out there. We need to produce the material and get it distributed and then see to it somehow that it gets published. Awareness gets cooperation and gets understanding and helps us make progress. And then I really agreed with Dr. Goswami in that let's concentrate on those areas that we can affect, because then we can achieve real change. We may not be able to solve national and international problems, but we can make a dent and we can lead by example. I really think that communications is where it starts and where it needs to begin. I don't think another resolution does anything except that it might tell people that, yeah, we're here and we care. I talk to people in the community. Some of them are happy about what the city did. Some of them are not happy. Instead of taking their approach, I think I really like what Veronica said, because I really believe that if we take that idea and put it into communications and make sure it gets delivered to our constituency, then I think we can get some really meaningful responses. And not only that, but even more so, what it'll achieve is an understanding, maybe create a little sympathy, a little more support, might help our enrollment go up. It will. So the public relations effort, getting the message out there that we care, this is what we're doing, this is why we're doing it, and this is what we've done lately. And, ask for help, give us more ideas, we're trying. Thank you.
Trustee Haslam, you had your hand raised.
You're muted.
You're muted, Peter.
Okay. It sounds as if we have two things in mind that would appeal to me. One, I think, would be a fairly simple statement in response to the national wave of feeling about race. And my fear, if we said nothing, is that silence might send the wrong message. But I don't think it has to be elaborate. I think it has to be simple, and I think it has to be clear. And I think I have no objection and would welcome the opportunity if Dr. Goswami and the administration would craft such a simple statement. The other, and perhaps as important, maybe even more important document would be a statement that says, what are we going to do about it? My fear about putting the two together is that sometimes when you try to do too much in one document, you fail on both. I think let's make a very simple statement that deplores what needs to be deplored, that seeks what it seems to me the thrust of the current feeling and trend in this country, a kind of justice that has not been here for a very, very long time. And I think we could say that pretty succinctly. Then more importantly, what are we going to do about it? And that goes back to Dr. Goswami's original statement. We have certain things we can do and we can control. Let's see if we can't come up with something that says this is how we're going to implement our commitment to social justice, to racial equality that is clearly the trend of the country. I just don't think we can ignore that and walk away from it without others thinking, they don't have any feelings about this when everybody else does. I have some very strong feelings. I find that what has transpired 2 weeks ago, it was just unconscionable. And too many of us, meaning people with my color, have said, well, that's too bad. And I don't want to say that it's just too bad. I want to say this is an important turning point in our country, and we as an institution feel that way.
I couldn't agree more with what Peter had just said. I think it is so important that we do make a statement now. That we do express to the community where we stand on these very, very important issues, not just to the country, but to our community. And then comes the action. So I think I think our statement can deal with both, even though the action may not be fully developed. I think we probably have a lot more work to do in terms of exactly what we're going to do. We've heard some ideas, but there's much more we have to do in terms of talking to the community, as Jonathan has indicated, and that's going to take some time. We can't do that in a couple days. So I do support, very much support the idea of a resolution, and that would hope that Jonathan can work with Dr. Goswami in getting the process started for that. So those are my thoughts at the moment. Trustee Parker, you had your hand raised.
Yes, I mean, I just wanted to follow up to say that I do feel that it is absolutely critical that this not be about PR, and that we do communicate clearly our stance on this, and that we join with so many others in moving forward. And I appreciate Trustee Gallardo's point in the sense that a lot of times resolutions are just talking points, and that they don't really lead to action. And so I want to be cautious about that. And to that end, I really appreciate what Trustee Haslam had to say about it just being something simple that captures the essence of where we're at. I have seen so much performance going on right now, though. It's been really distressing. I also agree with what every single other trustee has said here, in that we need to have concrete steps with it. It can't just be about a simple statement. It's the concrete steps that are, in fact, ultimately more important to our students and to our community. But I'm also concerned because we always say that that's going to take time. And we've been waiting a long time for some concrete steps here. I think that it ties into our student equity plan. There's so many things that we do already. It needs to be pulled together. It needs to be talked through. But I would really, really urge us, even, if we can get a simple statement either at the next meeting or the meeting after that, depending on staff time, that we really move hard and move fast on bringing back how we look at this big picture for SBCC with our stakeholders, and make sure that we are really moving forward concretely. And also tying back, I really do think it'd be great if Trustee Croninger would join Trustee Abood in working with Dr. Goswami and any members of his team, and just taking a look at what might come forward to the board. I think that would be really helpful to have a couple of trustee eyes on it.
Okay, and Marcia has already volunteered in that regard. So I think that's a good idea. Jonathan and Marcia could work with Dr. Goswami and the administration. And, I think this is a multi-step process. And I think the first important step is a resolution, a statement. I think it's very important. And as Peter said, it doesn't have to be long, but it needs to be clear.
Yeah.
I think, if the statement, shows humanity, if the statement is succinct, if the statement clarifies the board's stance, and if the statement gives some guidance to administration for more detailed policies, that will be the most appropriate statement to be made at this point in time.
Okay, I don't know if we need a motion or not. I think I hear Marcia.
Been waiting here. I just wanted to clarify that I do not disagree with Jonathan about the need for input from a wide range of sources here on the part of the process that speaks to the action. But I like Peter's suggestion, as I think I'm hearing a consensus here, that we've got two different things going on, and the statement could move more quickly and be broader and effective for that purpose. And then, to my mind, what you do initially is you try to provide some structure to the thought about action, and then you put it out there for people to comment on. They say that's the wrong way to go. They say, what about this? They say, let's add that. And you get that input, but you have to start with something, I think, to focus people on thinking about what we can control, as Dr. Goswami said, and what we might be able to do.
Okay, well, I'm hearing a consensus that Marcia and Jonathan work with Dr. Goswami to have something, if possible, by our next meeting. I think it would be important to be able to act with the resolution at the June 25 meeting. I do feel that's important. On the other hand, if it takes more time to get it right, we should take more time. But I think a good goal would be June 25. I don't know that a motion is necessary. And unless I hear objection, I'd like to see us move in this direction. Okay.
So Robert, I heard two things. Are they drafting a statement or are they drafting a resolution that's a hybrid of a short statement? What are they doing?
I think it would be a resolution. I mean, you can use the word statement to describe what it is, but that's been our format in the past when we're trying to make a statement and we want to communicate our position. We call it a resolution.
And then to Craig's point about him hearing from the community that some thought this way and some thought the other way, what will be our response? Because nothing's simple, and this is Santa Barbara City College. I mean, we just revised our mission statement. So I think Dr. Benjamin did a really good job talking with all of us about how do we incorporate and hear all voices, and how do we, when we say we want to be inclusive, do we want to be inclusive of everyone's opinion or just the opinion that we agree with? And so I think that was Craig's point, that what the city did, you've got folks in the community that felt like it was one way and folks on the other way. So how are we going to, in a socially distanced world that we're living in, how are we going to engage our campus community to do that when we've done a lot of that work in the past and it's taken a long time?
Well, I think obviously whatever work product we have that comes before the board is something that will be available and shared community-wide. So I think people will have an opportunity to respond and provide their own input.
I think it has to be uniquely coming from Santa Barbara Community College District. I mean, I don't know what the city of Santa Barbara did, but my guess is they would have a different perspective. The perspective has to be ours. And I think that's the point that Dr. Goswami was making, that we shouldn't be trying to do stuff that is beyond our control. We can certainly make a statement by way of a resolution that is national in character and that raises the fundamental issues of the promises made in the Pledge of Allegiance, which I see as a wonderful statement of aspiration that large numbers of people, particularly people of color, have yet to realize. And I think we need to say that. That's a national, that we can't control it, but we nevertheless resolve to be supportive of that idea. The second part is really, what are we going to do? I don't think we can set that obligation aside with any degree of ease.
That's good, Peter. Thank you.
Okay. It's now 7:15. We have a number of agenda items remaining. I'm going to propose that we have a 5-minute break and then come back and tackle the remaining agenda items.
Thank you.
Cool. Bye.
Is everybody ready to start up again?
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay. The next two items I would view as ministerial. Item 5 point, but they require action. 5.2 establishes the fact that there will be three districts that have, three areas that have elections for trustee this year. And the document that we are asked to consider has been distributed. Do I hear a motion to adopt resolution number 13, order of election?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by trustee Parker, seconded by trustee Gallardo to adopt resolution number 13 as a resolution. I believe we have to have a roll call vote.
Correct.
Before we get there, is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Oh, discussion. Marcia. I can't, you're muted.
Sorry. I am insufficiently organized on this topic to say whether it's this one or the next. There's two documents that we're approving, but one of them should include reference to our resolution on campaign finance limitations. And they should go together to the county and to the, well, to the board, the school. I'm forgetting the name of the entity that is the overseeing school.
The Santa Barbara County Education Office was in Saltillo.
Yeah, the education office and the county elections office, they should all go together.
So with that, Kate, are you okay with that amendment? to include-
Actually, I don't think so. I think that for the order of election, that it is just the order of election. I don't think it is this document. And in fact, I think I haven't looked in detail, but I think that probably that we should adopt a resolution number 15 that is about sending that to the county elections office.
We already did. It says that in the resolution that we adopted on the campaign finance limitation.
And we just need to send it as a packet with it. Because these are two different things that wouldn't be conflated with it.
I agree with trustee Parker. It seems like a separate issue and we've already passed the resolution and submitted it.
Well, have we submitted it?
I don't know if we have or not, but we need to clearly. So
Right, if you approve these two resolutions, then I will be walking all the paperwork into the elections office.
Including the resolution on
Right,
campaign finance?
correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Does that work for you, Marcia?
Well, I guess so, unless there's any confusion on the part of the entity. I mean, I think we should make sure they understand that it's all goes together.
Well, when I take it in, I will explain that it all goes together.
Okay.
If we need to take further action, we can do another resolution at the next meeting. Be my thought, but I don't think it'll be necessary.
Okay. I mean, Angie, if they seem like they're happy, they understand what it is, then no problem.
Okay, I'll let you know.
Any other discussion on resolution number 13? If not, I would ask Angie to take the roll call vote.
Trustee Nielsen,
Aye.
trustee Hasland,
Aye. Sorry.
that's trustee Croninger,
Aye.
trustee Gallardo,
Aye.
trustee Aboud,
Aye.
trustee Miller,
Aye.
trustee Parker.
aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Our next item is Agenda item 5.3, it's resolution number 14, candidate statements of qualifications. Again, this document was attached to the agenda and essentially says that the cost of printing, handling, and mailing candidates' statements, these are the statements that are submitted to the Board of Elections. Candidate statement shall not exceed 200 words. And that's essentially what it is. Do I hear a motion to adopt resolution number 14?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, trustee Parker, seconded by trustee Croninger to adopt resolution number 14. Is there any discussion? If not, I would ask that Angie take the roll call vote.
Trustee Parker,
Aye.
trustee Gallardo,
Aye.
trustee Miller,
Aye.
trustee Croninger,
Aye.
trustee Nielsen,
Aye.
trustee Hasland,
Aye.
trustee Abud.
Do we hear from trustee Abud?
Oh, I think the sound off maybe went out.
Sorry. Okay,
Okay, so again, the resolution number 14 passes unanimously. Moving to item 5.4, which is listed as the only consent item. And there was a document distributed to the trustees this afternoon concerning the contract with Ms. Gavasker. Is there, do I hear a motion to approve the item?
I move to approve human resources actions regarding permanent personnel.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Now move to item 5.5, approval of the award construction services agreements, the SBCC turf maintenance replacement. This is a topic that received considerable discussion at our last meeting. So I ask who is going to, but before we do this, we have two comments though. Almost forgot. I need to contact Craig Moropoulos and Kathy O'Connor. And I will do that right now. Bear with me.
Hello,
Oh, is this Craig Moropoulos?
it is.
Craig, this is Robert Miller with the
Yes,
Senate.
Robert. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're actually on starting item 5.5. There are two agenda items dealing with the turf, and I thought we have two comments, one from you and one from Kathy O'Connor. So you're now on a speakerphone, and the board is able to hear you.
Okay.
So you got up to 5 minutes to let us know your thoughts on this topic.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Goswami and the Board of Trustees for allowing me to speak on the approval of the item, approval of the purchase order for the LaPlaya Turf renovation project. As a full-time faculty member in the PE Athletics, Health, and Dance Division, I'm speaking to you tonight about my experience as an instructor and a coach who spends a great deal of time working with students in that classroom. I was born and raised in this absolutely beautiful town, and I attended Santa Barbara City College in 1978 and 79. I've lived the life of a student athlete, and my experiences have helped shape my future. My passion, loyalty, and dedication are tenets of my teaching philosophy, and a large contributor to that philosophy was Santa Barbara City College. Now, this is an outstanding institution with a rich history in providing its students a pathway to success, and the physical education division is an integral part of that pathway. My experiences as a full-time instructor who teaches physical activity classes daily on the turf give me insight into the learning experiences of our students. As you've seen, the GMAX test measures impact in a snapshot fashion, a single fashion. It does not measure how the field performs when changing direction or impact from daily use, i.e. running. The fiber degeneration affects the ability to safely make a change of direction cut, and it creates an unnecessary hazard. Additionally, all the yard lines, the hash marks, the logo in the middle of the field, and the end zone fibers are different colors, and they, for some reason, have degenerated at an even faster pace than the green fibers, which creates uneven surface with dips throughout the entire playing surface. The daily use on a hardened field with limited fiber makes changing direction hazardous as the infill grabs the foot and places stress on movement on the knee. As the 2018 season approached, this was the 9th year of the turf. I witnessed 3 of my student athletes sustain non-impact, meaning there was no collision with a body, no collision, whatever. It was a non-impact ACL tear, knee injuries. I have vivid memories of the look on those young men's faces when they realized that their athletic futures had just been derailed. Of course, there are inherent risks in many endeavors on this campus. When you take a chemistry lab, you're working with potentially dangerous chemicals, or working in the culinary arts program with sharp knives, etc. We as instructors do our best to put our students in as safe a situation as we can. Ladies and gentlemen, LaPlaya Stadium is arguably one of the most beautiful athletic venues on the planet. It is a major focus of recruiting efforts across campus. And in my 35 years of experience, I firmly believe that top-notch facilities drive enrollment. Prospective students hear about Santa Barbara City College, they Google it, and what do they usually see? Beautiful stadium and the $1 million view. In athletics, we've been recruiting for our teams for the last year, starting in December. The field has figured prominently in the recruiting efforts for our teams that use LaPlaya. Students are excited to learn and thrive on this new turf. As we are in the midst of this unprecedented time, this board is presented with a unique opportunity. The combination of the currently closed campus and the fencing off of the entire field allows for the project to continue and be completed before students return and would not inconvenience any PE classes or teams. The savings of fees for relocating classes and teams would be substantial, not to mention the students and athletic training staff not having to travel to different locations. My experience with the past turf replacement in 2010, we had to relocate classes and community activities. This is a major logistical and scheduling challenge, and it creates an unnecessary hardship for our students who lack transportation or have tightly scheduled classes. Additionally, finding alternate locations means our classes were held early in the morning or evening when the facilities might be available. Again, this creates a barrier to student success and enrollment. We need to continue LaPlaya Stadium as the high-quality economic driver of the institution that it always has been. My final comment is that SBCC is the #1 community college in the nation, and the PE, Athletics, Health, and Dance division is an integral part of the overall student experience. We need to ensure that we are providing a proper, safe classroom that drives student enrollment, promotes student success, and encourages facility rentals. I urge you to approve the turf replacement today and fulfill the mission of SBCC. Last thing I'll say is go Vaqueros. Thank you very much.
Craig, thank you for taking the time to share your comments with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 805680558 available.
Kathy O'Connor, this is Robert Miller calling from the Board of Trustees meeting this evening. I understand you wanted to provide a comment on the subject of the turf at the stadium. So if you're still interested in making a comment, I suggest you send me a text and we'll try to work in before the end of the discussion. Thank you. So you may have heard that I got Kathy O'Connor's voicemail message. Is she?
Lindsay has a question, Robert.
Lindsay?
Lindsay, yeah.
I happen to have her cell and I just called her and she's available.
Oh,
She answered. So I don't know if you want to try again or if I don't
Should
want to
I
say out loud what her phone number is, but I could message it to you or something.
Let me try let me double check. Oh, hi, Kathy. Somehow we just missed. So I'm going to put you on speaker and then everybody will be able to hear your comments. Hold on a second.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
I happen to have her cell and I just called her and she's available.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, Kathy, I think you need to turn your TV down.
No, I don't have a TV on. I'm listening to the board meeting.
Let me try let me double check.
Okay, he's gonna call me again.
Okay.
Kathy, you need to mute your YouTube video.
Try her again. Having trouble connecting here. I'm going to try it one more time. Hello. Oh.
Hello.
Okay, Kathy, can you hear me? This is Robert Miller.
I can hear you now.
But you need to turn the sound down on the YouTube video because it's a delayed presentation. So.
Oh, okay, I'll just turn it off.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. I'm sorry I was here trying to make it work.
Okay, well, we got it working now. So
Okay.
you got 5 minutes to tell us your thoughts about the turf replacement.
Thank you so much, and I apologize for that confusion. You all know me. I'm Kathy O'Connor, Department Chair of the Health, Physical Education, Athletics, and Dance Division. And Dr. Goswami, Mr. Miller, and members of the board, thank you so much for letting us have this opportunity to address you regarding the turf replacement. I would like to read a joint statement from the Health, PE, Dance, and Athletics Division in support of the purchase order for the La Playa Stadium turf replacement project. We understand the current financial state of our college, which is why we believe that approving this project while the stadium is closed is a fiscally responsible decision. We believe it is important to consider the impact this project has on our physical education classes, athletics programs, and the community as well. We also ask that you consider that delaying the project would add to its overall cost. SBCC's core principles include the student-centered policies, practice and programs, a psychologically and physically supportive environment, and the pursuit of excellence in all college endeavors. The current condition of La Playa Stadium's turf and a decision to delay this project would run counter to those core principles. Delaying this project further will have a negative financial impact on the institution. The current shutdown of LaPlaya Stadium due to the COVID pandemic presents an opportunity for the college. With our summer PE activity classes and athletic programs online, there is no need to relocate courses, thus reducing the cost of replacement and hardship for students. We are planning on face-to-face program in the fall, and the current projected FTES for LaPlaya Stadium for the fall 2020 semester is 163 FTES. This includes 98 FTES for physical education classes and 64.7 for intercollegiate athletic classes. The income generated by the 163 FTES is over $656,000. Clearly, the field at LaPlaya Stadium is an economic engine for the college. The opportunity to provide SBC students a safe classroom is an equity issue. In fall of 2018, 55% of our students who enrolled in physical education classes were persons of color, a percentage that is higher than the overall ratio in our school. The three athletic teams who use LaPlaya Stadium are the football team and men's and women's soccer teams. In 2019, 55% of our football roster consisted of persons of color, 29% of the roster consisted of African American students. The 30 women on our soccer team represent the largest women's sport. Even in the midst of a public health crisis, supporting an academic environment that emphasizes physical health and wellness, teamwork, and equitable access reinforces SBCC's commitment to our students' well-being and our institutional core principles. All of the current public health recommendations indicate that outdoor physical activity with appropriate social distancing provides a safe learning environment. LaPlaya is a vital classroom for our students. LaPlaya Stadium and the field are a valued community resource. The field draws students, park and recreation participants, and field renters from outside the area. Approving the purchase order now sends a positive message to our students and community members that we are here to support them, their well-being, and the use of their community resources. The most fiscally responsible action the college could take is replace the field turf now by approving the purchase order today. It is a smart decision from the standpoint of academics, business, equity, community relations, liability, and pride in SBCC. This project will increase in cost the longer it's delayed, and never replacing the turf is not an option. The return on investment for the project will be driven by the FTES the field will generate, rental income, and by attracting and retaining students who use the field in a classroom. The estimated return on investment is in less than 2 years. Replacing the turf is a tangible item that addresses our most vulnerable students. We appreciate you wanting to thoroughly consider the financial investment in the turf replacement. It is prudent to do so. The decision to approve today's work order would be a student-centered and fiscally responsible decision. We encourage the board to replace the turf now, which is in line with our core principles and mission statement. Thank you for your consideration and time, particularly at such a late hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy, for taking the time to share your thoughts with us on this subject. Good night now.
Good night.
Robert, can we take these together since they're they're similar? I mean, just the same thing.
Yeah, it's a good point. I was going to ask what the difference is between the two. Is one the purchase of the turf itself, and the other is the installation and maintenance?
The awarding the contract, yeah.
You're muted, Dr. Goswami. Can somebody respond? Is that correct? That
Yes, Dr. Goswami, you were muted, so they didn't hear you. But yes, that's correct. The purchase order is for the purchase of the actual turf, and item 5.5, the contract is for the construction company to install it.
Okay, so both of these are action items, and I guess to proceed with the project, we would need to vote on each of those separately. So
you don't want to, can
Pardon?
I move to approve? So we'll move to approve one and then the other, not together. So can I move to approve the award of construction services agreements for the SBCC turf maintenance replacement?
Okay.
I'll second it, but I do want to hear from leadership about more about, I mean, clearly athletics has been very forthcoming about why this should go forward, but I would love to hear more from our CBO and from our superintendent president on this.
Yes, we, I would not have brought this forward if we had concerns about meeting payroll or running short of money or any of these things. That is not the scenario we're dealing with. You have already heard from people about who uses the field and what kind of utilization you get and what kind of classroom equivalency you have there. But ultimately, it's about how we treat our students. When our facility is deteriorating, we would like to improve our facilities to bring students to an environment that sends a signal that we value them. So in my mind, I don't even entertain, can we move it along until it falls apart? We replace a chair way before it falls apart. We replace carpets well before it falls apart. So to me, whether it has a 6 months more useful life left, that's more of an academic argument, but it's a matter of principle that you invite people to your campus to be in a facility that sends a signal that we value them like students at any other institution. To me, that's the biggest point about this, replacing this project. And even if you had saved the money, I can tell you, I will not spend the money on some additional people, taking money from students and spending it on people. If you had to spend money on people, we'd find the money someplace else, but not taking the money that's going to be directly impacting students. So to me, that's the crux of the matter. That if we had a chemistry lab that requires $1 million of repairs, we'd do it. Nursing lab, we'll do it. So I think the perception that this is something frivolous or ancillary to our core operation, it is not true. It really doesn't matter whether we'll have a sports season or not next semester, but we'll certainly have lots of students using the facility in classes. That's the important part, and that's why I'm asking the board to approve moving forward with the project.
Jonathan, do you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I think the last question that, if resolved, I think will help me make my decision better here is, why would delaying it increase the cost? I mean, I know there's just like basic cost increases for projects that are delayed, but if we do nothing and we just do this again in December when we know our financial situation better, like at the state level and locally, how much of a cost increase are we talking about? Maybe would be willing to pay another 10,000 of the project if it gave us peace of mind. I'd just like to know, why would delaying it increase the cost?
Lindsay, you can probably answer it.
Yes, what the comment was about is that with construction, the escalation costs can be astronomical year over year. So even waiting 1 year can increase construction costs. And because the construction for this is quite substantial, I'm just gonna pull up the dollar amount real quick, I've forgotten it. And even the turf costs could go up as well. So when we're talking about $800,000 in construction costs, and that could increase, I don't have a crystal ball, but worst case, sometimes that increases 20% year over year. And that's what the comments were about. We do see increases in construction costs within months, let alone within a year.
Lindsay, could that work in reverse as well? I mean, hypothetically, and maybe not so hypothetically, we're entering a phase of economic development called a recession. Would people not be a little hungrier, and might it not be less expensive?
That is possible.
Thank you. The other question, I mean, I don't blame either of our speakers for being passionate about their support of this project. At issue is, for me, one of the issues is the quality of the turf at this moment is not, it's not zero. It is, as reported so far, it's safe and playable and so forth, which gives rise to the question of, you know, why now? What would be the ancillary costs of waiting a year for this to happen? And we would feel, and I'm not opposed to replacing the turf. I'm concerned about the fiscal impact of spending $1.7 million now when we don't have to. Other things we have to, they fall into that category. But do we have to spend that money now?
Well, if someone enrolls in the class and they can't go to the class because it's not available for them, I think the analogy with the chemistry lab and the nursing facilities, any facility on campus, our equipment for ceramics, you know, the dance floor, we invested in the dance floor because it needed to get done because the students can't jump unless, you know, the appropriate springs and the boards. So I think that you could also potentially say, could it work the other way? Could you lose revenue and enrollment because students are not going to enroll in a PE class because the facility is not available? So now you're out all that headcount. So it's you know, nobody knows, but I'm leaning towards provide the teaching and learning space that you need to operate that department.
But nobody has disputed the fact that it is perfectly usable for the coming year.
I guess it's kind of like your tires. Like, you know, when I was in college, I never wanted to replace my tires, but it was like, well, they're fine. Well, you should replace them, Ron. I go, oh, but they're fine. And my dad's like, no, you need to replace your tires. My brakes, well, they're fine. The pad's still there. And so I guess the same thing, like when the red light on our car goes off, we're not going to wait till it's completely out. We're going to do the recommended maintenance that our car recommends. Otherwise, we're going to risk, you know. And I think here, what we're hearing is you're risking the potential of injury because we know what type of cushion, you know, I have a lacrosse player, so I certainly don't want a fall on a turf that is not going to be conducive for what we know is safe. And it's not that it's not safe now, but if we can make it safer. I mean, we've been talking about safety. Goodness, we've been quarantining people in their houses because we want them to be safe. So if we value safety, then yield to the recommendation of the teaching and learning experts to say that this is the time to do it and that we won't have to spend money on swing space or not swing space, but on relocating classrooms and having students move around. So there is like this thing that we're weighing, and I think that spending the money now, given the cash flow, just the information we've been given, it makes sense. Whereas we're not going to shut down SBCC because we're going to do this for the students.
Right.
Marcia, you have a comment.
Yeah, a number of thoughts. One is safety runs two ways. We are in a pandemic, and I do not think, and there is a sound argument that exposing our students, particularly in high-risk sports like football, is not an equitable thing to do when they are the ones, the persons of color, the members of that team, of the team that are persons of color are the ones who've borne the burden of this epidemic, to more extent by far than others. And I listened to the meeting of the CCCAA. And I listened to the meeting, and there were passionate statements by a football coach who said, I do not think this is safe. I cannot imagine how it is safe unless we have the ability to test every student and staff member every day. I am not comfortable with this kind of activity. And other comments were made that this was not an equity sort of thing. And where that decision came out was that they're going to revisit it July 17th. And if we are not in stage 4 in California, they will not be continuing with sports like football and the high-risk sports, and they will move down to a series of plans that wind up at the bottom with maybe 2 sports. And I'm thinking golf is one of them. And so there's no decision until July 17th, at least. And I do not foresee, since California is not peaked, we're still rising, I don't see how we think we're going to get to stage 4 by July 17th. And several of the commissioners who said the same thing in that discussion. In addition, I really do not understand why we think we're going to have a season in this fall. When you look at the enrollment here, we have intercollegiate athletes have priority enrollment. They've been able to enroll since the end of April. We have 7 people signed up for football. We are not even offering men's soccer. So that's 0, that's already closed. Nor are we offering advanced soccer techniques. That's closed, it's not being offered. I could only find 48 people, 48 students total who had been signed up for a class that might proceed at La Playa. And I did not see any teams yet at all. So 7 people don't play football as a team. Golf had 1. It's, you know, intercollegiate basketball men had 1. It's not, we're not getting the sign up. Students recognize the risk here, I think, and they're not saying, I want to be in a high risk sport at the college. So Dr. Goswami said that we will know better in November or December. And I think that's the time to see where we are and make a decision. And he also said it's how we treat our students. And I think caring about their potential exposure to this virus in a high-risk sport and caring about their families is how we treat our students. We worry about that. We want them to be healthy because they don't get sick at our college. And I haven't seen any indication that we are requiring and planning to pay for daily testing of our students, if that was even sufficient.
Kate, you also had your hand raised.
Yes, thank you. So to me, it's really not about football. I don't think football will happen this fall. It is about PE, however, a couple of things. Certainly PE classes will be or should be using that field. And it is important and a hugely important space due to its size to allow for social distancing within PE classes. And after having listened to Craig Moropoulos talk about students with ACL tears, I worry that we've put ourselves in a position with such a deteriorated field that when students are injured on it, that we'll be liable as a college for for that. And I don't want to be a trustee that doesn't think about student safety in that way or about liability for the institution. I also, in some ways I'm confused about the conversation because, we have a 2021 budget coming up that this is has long held money in the construction fund put aside for it. And some are saying, well, maybe we should revisit this in 6 months. That's still the 2021 budget. And regardless, if we don't do this in 2021, we're going to have to do it in 21, 22. And so even if costs go up a small amount, it's why delay when you know this must be done. This must be done within the next year or two. And I think that our speakers those who gave public comment made it very clear why this is an advantageous time to take on the project. But between the fact that knowing that we must do this and that it won't, it's going to hit the budget this year or next year, we wouldn't be able to function as an institution, as a fully reopened institution without our athletics department. And the use of that field, and our superintendent president has made a strong recommendation that we vote for it, and made clear also that the funding for it is not something that he would switch out into the general fund. I really don't see why we would delay a yes vote on this right now.
Well, I would switch it to the general fund. I mean, we're about to turn around and ask our employees to take a salary cut. This would average out to about $750 for each employee. They're paying for it. In that sense, it's a trade-off. With the 48 students, literally, the PE classes that you're talking about largely meet in Pershing according to our class schedule. They do not meet on La Playa. La Playa, as I said, 48 students so far. That's $32,000 for each of those students that we would be spending. Can you imagine where that could go in equity funding toward accomplishing our equity plan? I can. I'd rather have it go there right now. And then when we see where we are, if things are recovering, we have more money. I agree we're going to do it down the road, but I don't think we need to do it now when the season is highly unlikely to occur. And we put our students at risk when we ask them to do that, which is liability as well. I would hesitate. I wouldn't even want to ask, as many businesses are, for being protected from liability for these decisions. I mean, I am unhappy that has been put forward so often, that everybody can open up and be protected from liability for the consequences of what happens when we do that.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I see what you're saying, but everybody has to make the decision on what they feel is safe. I mean, people have been out. A lot of people have been out. People at restaurants. What told me, Cottage Hospital opened up their volunteers for the teenagers. So my daughter's going to start volunteering at Cottage. So if Cottage is allowing the high school volunteers to come back in, I think that, yes, the state of California, every county is different, but in Santa Barbara, and as far as I know, all of this is still a local decision. If our cities opened up restaurants and people are at the beach and there's play dates, the zoo's planning camps. My students are all signed up for camps. So I just think it's interesting because I was talking to a parent yesterday, and the district's trying to figure out how to open, and the parents are like, there's that camp. The parents are saying, send the kids back. They're comfortable. They're ready. There's a camp of athletes that are saying, fine, you want me to sign a waiver? I'll sign a waiver. I want to go, So I just think that's all going to be left up to individual decision. If someone doesn't feel safe playing or walking on campus, they're not going to do it. People still don't feel safe eating out, and they're still not eating out. And some people are now feeling, I just now finally felt safe eating out because in my family, everybody's like, just go. And now that I went to have breakfast at Janine's. Now I'm comfortable, and I've been at Janine's every weekend now. And then I went back to Jane. And so now I see the health aspect of it, but I also think that people are just going to decide. And after a while, people have just been slowly coming out and doing what they're doing. And we can't predict whether there is going to be an outbreak or not an outbreak. People can't live like this. The health benefits to getting out, healthy people are becoming unhealthy. And that's for sure. I myself started working back out at, with my gal, and I've done nothing for 3 months. My muscles are, not as toned. So anyway, I say that I get what you're saying. I think you're coming from a heart that is true. It's right on. We want to make sure that students are safe, but this is also about safety. And then the whole COVID thing, that's up to everybody. And Cottage Hospital is inviting volunteers, and that's the hospital. So
but they're not going to have physical contact sports at Cottage Hospital. And if you're following what's happening with the states that opened up in front of us, they are now experiencing major spikes. And that's, the stock market noticed it today and fell dramatically. So the predictions of the epidemiologists are happening. And we, as I said, in California, have not even peaked the first time, much less seen the results of opening up. And those results are not looking good at those states.
Yeah. I mean, I think that it's, we don't know, and I'd rather it just be ready to go for whatever, and it's going to have to get done regardless. So, I mean, I think you guys have known from the beginning, I'm ready to vote yes on both of them because it needs to get done. And it's not an option not to provide that classroom, because it's like closing another classroom for another department. I guess I can't see doing that, like Dr. Swami said.
So Peter has his hand up, but I'd just like to interject a comment before I call on him. That I've been struggling with this. I really would like to get to yes on it, but I just can't get there. I think it definitely has to be replaced. If we don't do it now, it's got to be done in the next year, or it's got to be done in the next school year. And the project is suffering from terrible timing because of the pandemic and because of the resulting budget financial crunch. Those two things combined are just the turf replacement is suffering from the confluence of these two events. I agree with Marcia. I can't imagine there's actually going to be a football team playing on that field. I can't imagine that in the fall. I can't imagine there will be a soccer team playing on that. And I don't know that's going to even happen in the spring semester. This pandemic is by no means over. And contact sports, which soccer is, in addition to football, is not one of the best things to be doing if you want to avoid contacting the or receiving the infection. So I'm edging towards not approving it. I cannot see that the need is so great at this moment when it's not going to be used in a substantial way. Peter, you had your hand raised.
I would concur. I mean, I'm also leaning in a no direction, although I could be swayed, but the compelling part for me would be, would there be a substantial cost, however you measure cost, by delaying it a year? To me, the other side of the argument is that we are in a fiscal crunch. No one has denied that. And no one has made the argument that the field is not currently safe for whatever it is that we want to play there, and that we're not likely to play football or soccer, I think. But there's a little voice inside of me that talks about fiscal prudence and spending $1.7 million on something that should be done. I would favor it being done. I don't know that I favor it being done from our general fund. I'd love to see it on a bond measure. I'd love to see it being tackled by someone from the community who says we need a new field there, so that the funding source is also important to me. And I'm hoping that someone will say something that says, this is so compellingly important now that it justifies a yes vote.
I think the Robert, maybe if you can call Kathy back, but I think the enrollment numbers, so I don't know that the students are going to get together in an organized sport, like the whole football team's going to get out there and we're going to have a kickoff, but you can't take those 75 enrolled football players and divvy them up in groups of 5 or 6. And you're still having that collegiality, that mental health, well-being, to being out on the field, that coaching, all of that teaching and learning is still going to happen. So I don't think that because the faculty or the coaches can't put the whole team together and play, that they can't divvy up that team and still do something creative with them that meets their teaching and learning outcomes. And so, Robert, I don't know if you want to call Kathy back, but I think that there's more to those numbers in terms of the students that are enrolled in and then the fall sports classes. And I think that if we were at the board meeting, someone from staff could explain those numbers more to us.
I can speak to that. I did not support the thing just because we're going to have sports. So my decision was independent of sports, because there will be 800 students who will off and on at various times as part of their PE classes will end up using that facility. If I can help the board this way, that if you're concerned about, the $1.5 million, I'll ask the rhetorical question: why is the concern about the $1.5 million that's earmarked to this project that we are recommending for this year? Why not take it away from other projects that we are not going to do for 3, 4 years, and the money is sitting there in the construction fund? I mean, why can we not? Money is fungible.
What projects are you referring to?
There's $7 or $8 million in the construction fund. So why?
Yeah,
are we not,
that's for the. It has been talked about as a source of part of our match for the sports pavilion, and we had that earlier conversation.
no,
But it's not going to happen.
there's money sitting in the construction fund, Lindsay.
I don't know what you're referring to.
The 7.8 million, Marcia, for the campus center, the 10.8, that's now 7. But so I think what Dr. Goswami is saying is that money's just sitting there anyway, and we're not going to build the P. We're not going to use that P building money for a number of years. So if we need to,
No, we
move
are
money,
starting to use it, and we have set it aside on the theory that we're going to put it toward the local match, even though we still need another 18 million for this.
right? But we're not using it now, so it's just sitting there. So if it's a matter of waiting until we get more money, well, we have $7 million just sitting there, and it could sit there for 3 more years because we're
It's
not.
not going to sit there for 3 more years. The construction bid is due to come in. When is the construction bid?
If the board is telling me that now let's move the $1.5 million into general fund and pay salaries, then why should I negotiate for another $2.5 million in cuts?
That's what I'm saying. As a trade-off, I would rather pay our employees more and not ask for them to bear the cost of the turf, basically, because that's what we're doing. We're trading those two things. And I might add to Peter's point earlier, the last time we did this turf, it was a Measure V bond project. It was not operational money. And I think that's really a major source of the tension and the difficulty, because we keep trying to use operational money for projects that are properly bond projects.
So I guess what would we tell? So we have a PE teacher on payroll, and so that instructor's ready to go, but then they won't have a field to do the class. So then now what's that instructor supposed to do? Because they're planning on having PE classes on the field.
Well, they're not, because they have to sign up. If you have a football class that can't get past 7 students, not 75, 7 students in the month and a half, that they had priority enrollment in order to get there first so they could structure their schedules. Obviously, that wasn't needed. It's highly unlikely that we are going to have that class because there won't be a team. And second of all, I believe we will not be in stage 4. There won't be intercollegiate football because the virus just doesn't care.
Well, I guess
we don't want to do these things. It's that we are in a different world right now.
So I guess the numbers with the students that are enrolled, from what I understand, is they have in the, I don't know, maybe I think it's close to 80. They have a good number of soccer students.
No,
I guess the question,
we have the enrollment reports. You look online on our classes, they're not there. It does not show up on our SPCC class roster. It does not show up on our daily enrollment reports.
Okay, so let's say that they, they have the coaches and the instructors have their contacts. They know the students that are coming, they're figuring it out. So if they're telling us that they have this projection of their students because they keep in touch with them and they're telling us they need the field, I guess that's where it's difficult for me to say, okay, well, you're telling me you have these students and it's not my job to tell them how to organize their classes. If they're telling me that they're gonna put a class, then that pedagogy belongs to them and they can organize the students however they want. Like I said, we may not see a football game, but it's up to them how they organize their classes, how many students they take on the field, what they do with it. And I think that that's the part that's missing here. This is about teaching and learning. It's not just a vanity project that's out there. It's someone's classroom. And so we have faculty that we're paying in that department. And if they can't hold their PE classes, that's not okay.
We have that problem with other departments as well. We have a music department that is struggling because you can't get together and sing, and you can't get together and have a concert band or a symphony band. And they are trying various creative things. And we know as well that should my thinking be wrong, and we have the possibility of having football or another sport like this, there are other venues. You can go somewhere else. It's not as convenient as using your own, but it's not without options. And those are the things we do because we're in a difficult situation.
But then we're also the Bishop Diego High School kids too that come on our campus to when they have their stuff. And like I said, we may not have it this year, but eventually it's going to have to get done. Even if in the spring they use it for scrimmages and flag football, and it's just a football field is just such a community building. And if the times that I went to a lot of the football games because Peabody wasn't built yet, and it's pretty awesome to see all these kids so comfortable at Santa Barbara City College and the families, and then even our own students that popped in. And so I think that the field, even in the spring, it's going to be such a hub for community, and it's such a breath of fresh air to get out. And the kids need that, students need that, people need to get out. And the field is such a community treasure that it may not be for organized sports, but it's going to be someone's classroom. It's going to be someone's venue where they're going to do some training, some competition, or we're going to run it out for something else, Special Olympics by the fall. I mean, people are getting really, really creative into how they're doing things. People are not going to stay indoors forever. They just can't. It's not good for their health. It's making healthy people unhealthy. So I believe that the creativity is going to be there, and that the field is going to be used somehow is what I'm saying. And
Veronica, I agree completely with what you just said. I really do. But what I haven't heard is why the current field in its current status, current situation, can't be used exactly for those purposes.
One of the things I really regret that we did was to do this impact study. Basically to cover ourselves from an insurance perspective, that somebody certifies us that we did the impact study, and it just puts us slightly above passing. But the safety of a field has to do with many things, not just impact. And I'm not an expert, but what I've learned is that there are other factors in the safety of a field. No, ACL tears doesn't happen because of impact. It happens for other reasons. And so, yes, my public stance would be, it's a safe field because we did an impact study that puts us 0.1 or 0.2 above the threshold. But privately, it's an unsafe field because people, cannot get their footholds, slips, and the ankles go in the wrong direction. And of course, if you happen to fall in the field, good luck on the burn that you're going to receive, all over your body. So I think we can go around in circles in terms of this discussion. But my point is, if you're concerned about the $1.5 million, then you need to give me the $1.5 million from other funds of the construction funds that I can use in the general fund. I mean, I don't see it targeting the $1.5 million that belongs or that has been assigned to this project.
Jonathan, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I'm swayed by the argument. It's very good that this is assigned money and we should be using it in that way. I think I might have a little bit of the same feeling that Peter's expressing of, we're in a tight fiscal time, but I get my question now is, again, I'm leaning towards, even though I came in not for it, I'm leaning towards voting for it. But my question is, when we do the hiring of the work for this project, who are we hiring? Is it local people? Is it people in local unions? We could think of this, if we do the project now, it's an economic stimulus for our area to, have people working and replacing the field. Who are we hiring for this? I mean, I know we're not maybe picked it yet, but who usually gets hired for jobs like
Lindsay, can you respond to that?
To the best of my ability, I can. What the board is being asked to approve tonight is the contract award with Ono Construction. That is the name of the construction company. I don't know the specifics about their company. All I know offhand is that their name is Ono Construction.
Then how were they selected? If we don't know much about them, why were they picked?
Yeah. Your words were cut off, I think. Jonathan's question was, why were they picked?
I would have to defer to my team. I wasn't involved in the selection process. I can make a quick phone call and ask.
It says, because their website says it was founded by two brothers, 50 years strong. Well, I mean, we bid these things out. Oh no, project.
We have to take the low bid.
Yeah, I mean, they put it out. They did the USC football. They did UCLA.
There were two bids.
That wouldn't be local then.
There were two bids and they were the low bidder.
So it's not a local company or
No.
I don't know. I mean, I just Googled Ono Construction.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm trying to do the same. I could see a really strong argument. It's a really strong argument to do it, I think, if it was local hire, because we're helping our local economy on top of doing a project that, we're going to have to do anyways, and we have money earmarked for.
Kate, did you have a comment?
I do, thank you. I just wanted to say that I absolutely support the project. I support going forward now for all the reasons that I already laid out. But I also really support Trustee Croninger's suggestion that if we don't spend this money on the turf replacement at this time, that we move it to the general fund and lower the amount that we would have to negotiate so that our employees would not need to have any sort of pay cut or I really strongly think that her idea that we then avoid salary cuts is a great idea. And so I hope that this project moves forward, but I also really, anything that we can do to avoid impacting our staff, I think that we should be considering. And so I definitely approve of that idea.
So we have a motion, and the motion is specific to approve the contract with Ono, I believe. That's the document that's attached. Is that correct? I'm looking for their name in the actual construction services agreement. I don't see the name. That's why I'm a little.
It's there.
Is it there?
Yeah.
They're in Fontana.
Okay, but my question is the name in the contract that we're being asked to approve? Or is it just a generic contract that would apply?
No, it's a specific bid at a specific price.
Yeah, the second attachment by Lundgren tells you there that they.
That's a different issue, is it not?
No, it's on, it's a second, on item 5.5, there's two attachments. So if you click on
Yeah,
the
no, I
second
see that.
attachment-
Is that, does that, does the second document, which is a letter from Lundgren, is that part of the construction services agreement? Because as I read the construction services agreement, it doesn't identify any specific party other than the college.
Yes, you're correct, Trustee Miller. It's a standard contract that will fill in all their information.
Okay. So so the motion does not pertain to this particular entity. It only approves having a contract with.
With ONO.
No, it does pertain to this particular construction company.
Okay. Okay,
And
well, that's the motion then, which has been seconded. And do we have any more discussion? If not, I think it's time to call for a vote. And I don't think it's a roll call vote. So all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, just for the record, I heard Jonathan, Veronica, Kate. Who'd I miss?
You, Robert, you're the swing boat. Bring it home. Go Vaqueros. Come on, Robert, do it.
I'm going to vote no.
You might
So,
vote for other no votes.
The motion is denied.
wait, Robert, I think you ought to do the vote. Actually.
Okay,
Yeah.
Craig, how was your vote?
You're muted, Craig.
Much as I'd like to do it, I gotta vote no.
And Marcia,
No.
Peter?
I'm certainly conflicted and I see the need, but I'll vote no for this year.
And let me suggest that we bring it back and discuss November, December, whenever we get a clearer picture.
Okay, well, the motion
I agree.
fails 3-4.
I think I just want to say one last thing, which is I support what Kate and Marcia had said, that now that we're not doing this, we should reduce what we're cutting from the budget. You know, we should reduce it by 1.5 million.
What that means is basically the simplest way would be to move the money to the unrestricted general fund, and that satisfies a significant portion of what Dr. Goswami has recommended that we find elsewhere, which was 2.5 million. Because there's also Lundgren oversight as well for the project. So that's takes it, I don't know, 1.6 million, 1.7 million.
Well, none of
Okay.
this is agendized to talk about what we're doing. So, I mean, I think that this money's still in that fund, and unless we're going to take everybody's else's funds and put them all in a big pot and move the money around, I think we should just leave it at what it is and then see what.
I agree. Leave it where it is. And when we get more information in a few months, you know, we can do something different, but the prudent thing is to hang on to all the cash we can right now.
Well, I mean, it's just not agendized for us to talk about what. I mean, that's the only thing was an agenda. with this.
So do I believe we've completed our work on the, trying to find my
Well,
agenda.
you still have item 5.6.
Hold on. But 5 point. Okay, we'll go to 5.6. Does anybody have a motion?
Yep, I move to approve purchase order number 00817579 Field Trip USA.
Is there a second?
I honestly feel like this is pointless, that you should.
Okay, it may be, but we can go through the motions. Is there a second?
motion dies for lack.
Motion dies, lack of a second. Do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting, adjourn closed session, and to move to closed session where we have 3 items. Number 1, conference with legal counsel concerning existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, Crystal Farmer versus Santa Barbara City College. Number 2, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6, employee organization, faculty association, direct negotiator Michael Shanahan. Number 3, public employee performance evaluation under Government Code 54957, titles superintendent/president. Do I hear a motion to adjourn to closed session?
Yes, I move we adjourn to closed session.
And do I hear a second?
I'll second. I will. Yeah, could we take a little break in between?
First of all, any comment? None. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. I hear a request for a 5-minute break. Let's take a 5-minute break before we go to closed session.
Yes, sir.
Shouldn't we go into closed session and then take the 5-minute break?
We can do that.
I would advise doing that.
So does that mean we're staying here or no, we're going to a breakout?
You'll have a, you've got a
I
window
just
to
opened
join
up
the
the breakout room.
Okay.
Join, so I'm going to click on it.
Hi, can you send me back into the closed session, please?
Yeah, one sec.
we're done. They'll be back in a second.
We're back.
Robert, you're muted.
Robert, you're muted. Good.
Thank you. Okay, we're now back in open session. We adjourned closed session at 10:18 p.m. And in closed session, the board approved, let me go back, on a motion by trustee Haslam, seconded by trustee Nielsen, and approved unanimously by the board. It approved a tentative agreement between the district and the Faculty Association with respect to the COVID-19 memorandum, with one change to include a clarification on a date. Otherwise, with respect to items 1 and 3 on the closed session agenda, there was no reportable action.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Move adjournment.
Second.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good night.
Good night.